It's up taken. It should. Let's see what happens. Oh, it popped up. Let me see. Go and talk for me again, Pong.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Living split screen.
Ooh.
Live, raw, uncut, everybody.
That's what I like to hear. That is what I like to hear. Looks like we're up and running. We are up and running here. Let me continue to adjust my little cam here. So I made some changes, some adjustments. NVIDIA just updated their broadcast software, so let's see if that looks a little bit better. So hopefully my tracking of my head is a little bit better now. Lighting definitely helps with that, but make sure that we're looking good here. What's going on, chat? Appreciate y'all coming through after we've been off for a week. Legendary Yobi already coming in saying welcome to the Splitters. Appreciate you, Yobi.
15 months, Hornivores. Let's go, Yobi. Let's go, Legendary. Would be a Saturday morning.
Looks like Pong could be heard pretty well too. Let me know, chat, if Pong is coming through clearly for you guys, if he's at a good level. He sounds like he is for me, at least. So, and that's the main piece that matters. And let me continue to fix.
No, they matter more.
No, they do matter. They do
I
matter.
can sound shit like to you, but as long as I sound good to them, that's all that matters, bro.
No, that's 100%. You know how I feel about that. Always trying to adjust the volume on a week-to-week basis. So making sure that things do sound good for the listening audience. And again, when things transfer over to when we upload to Anchor, when it goes to Apple and Spotify, at least from what I've heard, it sounds pretty damn good. So it seems like we're doing something right. You know, they always say audio quality is more important than the video side of things. And I tend to agree. I just don't think you got to spend $1,000 to get your audio quality right, or for it to be at least good. You know,
I mean, you got it.
It can always be better.
Yeah, if you got it though. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. I mean, again, I always say, you know, if you ain't nothing wrong if you got it, but still.
Nah.
All right, looks like I'm set up there. Let me go ahead and make sure I get chat pulled up here. Again, what's popping with your chat? Welcome to Living Split Screen. All right. Go ahead and get a proper intro out the way as I finish getting everything else pulled up. But welcome to Living Split Screen, a non-console-centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. I don't know if I like the eyes that NVIDIA broadcast adds on. It looks mad weird. I'm actually going to turn that off because the eye contact thing is cool in concept, but it looks weird when they're in practice. I don't like it. It made me look kind of possessed. Strange. Anyway, back in action. Welcome to Living Split Screen, ladies and gentlemen, a non-console-centric platform talking about everything going on within the gaming industry. And it's been a couple weeks for us, so we got a lot to get into. If you're unfamiliar with Living Split Screen, this is the home of that RTS perspective, that's real-time strategy, where we pull ourselves out of the world, look at the darker crevices of that map, pull our resources together so we can not only build up our own foundation right here on Living Split Screen, but also the foundation for the potential 2 to 3 billion gamers that are out there. Not only that, we are also the home of that ECP. That's an educated consumer perspective, because me and Pong do not work in the gaming industry. We are two dudes who got plenty of gaming behind us, get plenty of gaming experience, but also professional experience in our real life's work and everything else. And we bring that to the table to have an open discussion about the gaming industry and some of our experiences that we end up having. So that's kind of what we bring here. Not only that, I also tend to bring live gameplay on a week-to-week basis, if I can, right here on Living Split Screen. Like we got Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge playing for you guys in the background today. So enjoy that if you like it. But I did end up beating Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. So that is going to be a dope conversation to get into, because it was my first time ever playing Ninja Gaiden 2. So, and playing it with Black was super dope. I mean, I say it's the first time. It's technically the second time because after I beat Ninja Gaiden originally, because I went back and played it. I was like, oh, I'm gonna try to play through this series, and I got into 2, started it, and I put it down, was going to pick it back up. I didn't put it down because it was challenging or anything like that. I just put it down because another game was coming out that was newer that I had interest in, and put that down. So technically it would be my second time jumping into Ninja Gaiden 2. But Black was such a dope ass experience, and I can't wait to talk about that, discuss that with you guys. So enjoy the gameplay in the background. I also bring gameplay live. Typically, I do some streams and whatnot on a week-to-week basis, depending on what's going to be out there. Right now, I'm playing Final Fantasy 16, and I'm kind of playing it for the wife because she has interest in Final Fantasy, and it's extremely cinematic too. And I want to get into some discussions about that because I feel a way about it, but nonetheless. I'm one of your hosts, Steel Rain. That T is a 7. You can find me everywhere. If you notice, I did not say the I's because I am currently in the process of try to copyright my name. I'm probably going to try to do the same thing for Pong as well, and also Living Split Screen, just to make everything, again, more. I want to solidify some things in stone, right? Especially for Living Split Screen, just as a brand, for us as brands moving forward. And so that's kind of our overall goals right now. So if you want to support, make sure you hit that sub button. And more importantly, just hit that like button for us so we can get the ball rolling. More so than that, because that's our goal for this year. They do call me Mr. Live, Raw, and Uncut because I like to bring that live energy. I'm raw in the things I like to say. And, the uncut side of it just kind of speaks for itself. But that's enough of me and my shenanigans, because I definitely want to chop it up with somebody I have not had a real chance to chop it up with, because Saturday tends to be the day we kind of line some things up and hammer some things out. And I think we'll have an interesting conversation about Eternal Strands as well today, as well as Tokyo Extreme Racer, because you guys always make it seem like I don't have the lineage with Tokyo Extreme. But I think it's going to be fun to talk nonetheless. But it is the uncanny gentleman himself, the X-Men that is not Cyclops. He didn't have a PM in the PM this week, but he was on with the fam last night on Xbox Ultimate with Fun Speculation, and the guys over there, and gal, because Fancy was there as well. Y'all had a good show. My guy, my confidant, my brother from another, Pong. So, what's going on, brother, man? And how are you feeling? What you been into, though?
Morning, everybody. Great to be back after a little hiatus there. Love you all. Missed you all. Love to see all the regular names coming back on through for us this morning. Appreciate you so much. Again, we never like to take time off, but real life is what it is, man. So, yeah, Steel, it's been wild, it's been crazy, but I'm actually got new games to play. I was boring for weeks, with my Age of Mythology and that kind of stuff, but we got new games dropping, man. So I've been trying a lot. I haven't gotten the big sessions in, but I have been trying a lot. Actually, last weekend I did all right, because I did get to play a lot of Tokyo Extreme Racer last weekend. I got about 5 hours in. And Tokyo Extreme Racer, a game I've been waiting for a very long time. A game that hits all the nostalgia feels for myself and others, those of us that loved that game for the Dreamcast. Genki did their thing, man. This is a AA racing game. This is not the primo of the primo racing games. This is certainly them coming back after doing mobile for a very long time, and using the Tokyo Extreme Racing mobile IP, I should say, over on the mobile side of things, and finally getting hands-on with it. What I was hearing online and from people like Mav, who had been playing it a little bit early as well, it all did fit for me. Again, is this going to be a game that everybody walks into and goes, holy shit, this is revolutionizing the racing genre? Fuck no. We're taking it back, man. We're going back. Sometimes the Stone Age is better than the modern age in some ways, man. And this is the case for Tokyo Extreme Racer, although they have added a lot more meat, I should say, to the bone here. Pause.
Yeah.
For Tokyo Extreme Racer versus what it was back in the Dreamcast era. And of course, back in the Dreamcast era, PS2, PS1, Dreamcast era, racing games were usually pretty light. That's why Need for Speed, when they started doing Underground and that kind of stuff, really kind of changed up the whole game. But as far as the driving goes, again, it's not going to be for everybody, but this is the closest we've had, and when I say we, meaning us old heads, to the feel of the old games. There is something that has been lost. The new games do things incredibly well, depending on if you're playing arcade or if you're playing a sim racer. They do things incredibly well. There is no doubt that this genre has, gone to the future as it should have as the years have gone by versus the old day. However, there is a feel to the driving, and the feel of driving is always going to be subjective to every single person who picks up a controller. It's like artwork, okay? There are games you will never get a consensus from everybody on driving, no matter what game you want to pick out. There are always going to be some people who don't like it. There's always going to be people who love it, right? So don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that this game does anything, but for those of us that remember back in the day, in the heyday, the prime of games like this game comes close to replicating that driving feel. And again, it's just, it's hard to describe because it is a feel to the cars, and some people are going to hate it and some people like us are going to love it. So for me, I'm having a blast with it. I love the new setup with the skill trees, determining and deciding on where you want to spend your skills. If you want to open up potentially new cars, which you do have to buy, so you still have to earn currency. So you got to weigh that versus going to, your shop side of things and opening up new upgrades for your current car. This brings back that love appeal with for one or two cars as you grow to get to know them. Which I think misses a lot in the current modern.
No, Forza Motorsport doesn't do that. Need for Speed Underbound and the previous Need for Speed didn't give you that feeling. I know a lot of people. I know Mav had mentioned it before. I know Fuzzy's talked about it before. Apparently, GT. The newest GT does give you some of those feelings, right? Or still has that kind of thing, which is a thing that I do want. Because I also heard Fuzzy last night mention that it does seem like the 4 hours you spend in Tokyo Extreme Racer kind of equals to an hour in playing like Forza Horizon, for an example, with the way they give you cars. And to like the point that you guys were making was like, that was the thing about Tokyo Extreme and some of those older games as well. It was about you earning the car. That was what made Forza also special back in the day. Because you did earn cars faster than you did in GT, but even Forza 2, which that's the one I have the clearest memories with, at least being an older game, Forza Motorsport 2, you had that feeling in that one as well. Like that progression steps, the kind of the story, quote unquote, if you want to put it in there, was that time that you spent with that car, leveling it up, progressing to getting your next car, really felt special in that moment. And then you're doing the same thing with that one, right? So yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you. Genki nailed that. Because when I started off with my Toyota, which I didn't want to start with, which is probably one of my biggest complaints, like the selection of starter cars. I was like, you guys couldn't have gave us some better. Like, you give me this throwback Toyota Taruno, which is cool, and I get that Honda isn't here right now. Bro. Initial D, bro. And I get that. And I 100% get that. That's cool. The Toyota was cool, but the Mazda was kind of like, really? The Mazda? Like this one, though? Like, you couldn't have gave me, like, the RX-7, or if you didn't give me an RX-7, give me a different Mazda. So it's just like little things like that. I was like, oh man, I wish you would have leaned a little bit more into. It's like they give you some old and gave you some new, and it was like, oh okay, I see what you're trying to do, but I would like that selection to be a little bit better, especially with some of the customization and stuff. But game definitely feels good. My fault though.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I love when you add in because it just it makes sense to do it here. I think that for me, that is something I miss. Mav and I've talked about this too with GT, that Gran Turismo still does do that. And that was what we originally liked when you bought your used car in GT. For people who don't go all the way back with GT, like back in the day, you'd buy your used car. You'd have to start out with a junky car, right? And you have to get oil changes, of course, in GT. You'd have to take general maintenance.
After so many miles,
car
washes,
it affects the performance. Exactly. That's the differentiating that GT did way back in the day from a sim point, and even to today versus Forza, right? And again, this is not downplaying Forza at all, because you guys know how much I do love Forza.
Yeah, I love
for
Forza.
all that, because again, the driving is the most.
It's not even comparable to
Still
me.
is the most important,
Yeah.
and Forza is by far the best. But I'm just saying, GT did that. You got that junky car, but then as you played with it, as you got your licenses, as you started getting it a little bit souped up, man, every single thing just started feeling good about that car. You got to know the car just like you do when you drive your car for a very long time. You get to know the little ins and outs, and how your car just feels. Like it becomes an extension of you, because you're driving it on a constant basis. That's what this does again. The upgrades, every single upgrade feels like it matters in this game, which is nice. Again, that's not something that every modern gamer does. Some do, but some don't. But in this one, for sure, especially with the competition, again, you're racing on the same streets. That's been.
It expands out though. They did good on that too.
It does expand out, but I mean that's the knock. Some people are just going to say, "Oh, I'm driving at nighttime on the freeway all the time." Yeah, that's Tokyo Extreme.
Which
that's what this game is built around. I like it.
And I would like to see, because modders have already got in there and done it. And that's the other thing that I think is going to be really interesting to see how it plays out and what the developers end up adding in. What are the modders going to do that are going to make the game even better, right? Or things that can just be looked at. I do think that for sure the definitive experience for the game is going to be on PC, but I do hope that a lot of the changes that could be made within the next 4 months are impactful enough for, I don't think it's going to be coming to console in the next 4 months. But I do hope like within the next year, right, it can come to console. So same time next year, we're now talking about Tokyo Extreme Racer having the console release, it having all these great advancements, because I would like to see a nighttime, daytime cycle. Again, being in 2025, I love the nostalgic feel of Tokyo Extreme. I really do. But because I want the game to continue to exist and I want them to see more, I want them to get more money for how they develop this game and it have its own thing to kind of pave a way for other games. And I get, hey, we have other games for that. Until I get an announcement for Forza Horizon Japan and them telling me that they're going to have, hey, we've been seeing the car scene and we get that you guys like your Tokyo Extreme. We want to put that into Forza and give you traffic that you can flow in and out. Until they do those things and announce that, I want Tokyo Extreme to kind of level out its own thing as well. And even if it at least gives them enough to spin off a multiplayer version, because that's one of the number one, things that I see people talking about is, oh, I wish TXR Tokyo Extreme Racer had multiplayer. And it's 2025 and it doesn't have multiplayer. It's kind of a miss. And I get you. And I do agree with Paul on there. That wasn't the intention of this game. The intention of this game was to bring back to life an OG feeling of something that we've been missing. But I do also think that this was a way for them to kind of evaluate the interest, right? Hey, is this something that people truly want to see come back? And I do think of how well people have spoken on it to this point and how well it's been doing, at least in early access. When it comes to full release in 4 months, I think it is going to get a lot more recognition. Again, it's been rated really well by everybody that's reviewed it. And I do think it has an open amount of potential to be one of the arcade races that we've been kind of missing. We don't have Burnout. Need for Speed isn't where it needs to be. Maybe Genki finds its place in being the arcade street racer that focuses on highway racing. I think it'd be cool.
I think it'd be cool too. I would be fine with multiplayer if they want to throw it in there. No to daytime though. No daytime. Gotta keep it all nighttime, bro. Gotta keep it all nighttime, brother. I do want to see them throw in anime style characters instead of the shadows that they've got currently, where they just show the outline of the characters. I'd love to see them throw in like
CXR, man.
Yeah, no. That would be dope though. I mean, they went to the trouble to creating the shadows, right? I just like to see some anime characters in there. I think it would be dope to add some personality, because all the characters do have personality. Again, they're not voice acted; it's all reading. But if you read it, they all have their individual personality.
Their names tell you their personality.
Yeah, and they have. I know, and I love that.
That's so funny.
That's TXR, but they have but they also have the personality on the road too, and how their AI goes. But this game is filled with little bugs and stuff too, which is what again I think that there
not many,
not many, no, but I'm just saying little stuff, right? But again, that's this has been an argument for a long time whether or not bugs can be charming, especially when it comes like Bethesda. People say that Bethesda bugs can be charming, and that's part of what makes the game. Part of what makes Tokyo Extreme 2 is the little bugs, bro. Sometimes the AI will do something just completely
wonky,
on a line, and it's like, what are you doing? But it's hilarious. And then I've seen the videos where the cars stacking on top of each other and shit.
Yeah,
bro, as this
sliding underneath cars.
I love that shit, bro. I love that shit. So overall, my first 4 or 5 hours with Tokyo Extreme Racer has been a absolute pleasure. It has been
nice,
so much fun. No nonsense. Yes, it's a grind for sure. That is a part of it. Again, that's part of the experience. That's part of what they want you to go through is the grind. But I think it's so rewarding. It feels great when you do power up your cars and get your performance up and you start beating higher level bosses and cars. And like I said last night, the big thing for me too is the ability to race pretty much anybody on the road while you're driving. And so you're chasing down a gang member or a boss, and they do the same loop. So it's not like you got to go, they kind of do the same loop. So as you're getting there, it's kind of like a JRPG where you're just fighting all the little slimes and shit along the way that just kind of takes up some time, but keeps you in the action while you're going. That's what I do when I'm chasing down one of the bosses on the freeway system, depending on how far they are. I'm just racing random people because you get credits. And it counts, it gets part of the grind, right? And I just race people and it gets you closer to the boss. And so I think the loop for me is as addicting as it was back in the day. And I think that's the greatest thing they could have ever done. I'm so happy that Genki pulled this off. And if they can get it to console, freaking fantastic, bro. I hope that does happen for them because I think this thing does have a spot. This is not going to be the huge next big blowout.
Yeah, it's not Forza Horizon, but
no, it's not. It's a double A game, but it does show the old ways have some credibility still to this day, that taking it back, and that's what everybody I saw taking off again. Modern shit is awesome. They do a lot of great things. But when you scale back racing and kind of purify it back to its original form, the closer you get to that, there's just something about it, man. It's like, yeah, this is no nonsense. Like, get me on the fucking freeway. Let me race a bunch of people. I got some crazy ass names, bosses that I got to go after and all this shit. But that's all you're doing. And it just feels good. And then also bringing back that feeling of owning that 1-2 cars that you fall in love with. You continue to upgrade them performance-wise. You get to know their quirks, their ins and outs along the way, and they become a second extension to you.
And you can modify them more. You can tune them even more.
You're not worried about a garage full of 20 cars or 200 cars. You're worried about the 2-3 that you're really focused on, that you fall in love with. And I think that's special, man. That still has a place. So, I've been having a blast with Tokyo Extreme Racer. Then I got into Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, of course.
Okay, so you did jump in? Okay.
Oh, I jumped in. Yeah, I'm up. What am I on? 3rd or 4th level now?
What difficulties you end up picking?
Normal.
Okay, nice.
So yeah, I don't do shit, bro. You know me. I'm going in to have a good time. I ain't banging my head. I ain't gonna do that shit. I did that shit back in the day. We ain't doing that again. I'm just going in to slash and hack and have a good time. And it's still challenging because again, I am more of a button masher. Steel knows this, and like Steel, I've seen your posts on Twitter saying that you doesn't really work to button mash in Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, especially on high difficulty levels. And you're right. It absolutely doesn't. You're going to get your ass handed to you real quick. And even in the lower levels, button mashing, I still have to be careful because I can get swarmed.
Oh, yeah.
And I start getting juggled and then it's over with. Like I can
see it on normal and easy and, being able to mash and kind of work your way through it and stuff like that. Yeah, I can see that.
You can,
I can 100% see that.
But I still use the combos, right? I like to use the combos. I like to use the finishers. I do learn those.
It's easy to see them too, easy to pull them up and see what they are. Yeah.
Absolutely. Everything still feels great. The weapon selection still feels great. I'm a staff guy through and through. I love my staff. So I'm about to get the third and final power up on my staff. I think I got enough now to do that. So I'm going to do that. But I love all the weapon choices. I love how they introduce the weapons slowly but surely and let you find which one works best for you or the couple that do work best for you. But what they did this is this isn't what a remaster should be in my eyes.
Yep.
Now, and people could say the camera should have been fixed or whatever else. Listen,
Nope.
To
It
me,
wouldn't have worked for this game. Not the way
No.
this currently set up. You would have to remake the game.
the only thing they could have done is a lock on, right? That's the only thing you could really do that would have kind of.
And yeah, and apparently there is a lock on. I didn't notice it. But again, you can see why they went with Ninja Gaiden 4. And we haven't had a chance to talk about it, but you can see why they went the direction where they went. And that looked impressive, right? It looked like a next leap, right? For the game.
For this age of a game, Steel, and bringing it to Unreal 5. And this is what a true remaster, though, like I said, not calling it a remake. I'm calling it what it is, but this is
it's a
what I
remaster.
expect.
Yeah,
Just what I expect from a remaster when they bump it, right? Camera, yeah, it's
they
cheap.
changed stuff too. Yeah.
Camera fucks your shit up sometimes. You get hit from off-screen shit that you can't see. All of that is old school, and I understand why the newer generation like Steel and stuff that grew up with better camera systems than we did definitely go, Jesus, man, this hasn't aged well at all. No, you're right. It's just like tank control.
Yeah,
but to
100%.
me, it doesn't bother me at all. Like again, I get mad even at modern games for some of the BS. I still get mad at this game when something off screen is messing up my combos because I didn't see it coming, because there's no way to see it coming. Like that does bother me, but it's no different. I played with this camera system for so long back in the day that honestly, after about 5 minutes, I was like, yep, we're back to this game. All right, let's twirl and hopefully get the right angles on the camera so I can see everything that's going on. Let's try to keep everybody in front of me. And if I don't, let's make sure we're hitting that dodge button, jumping out the back way and try to get behind them so I can keep everything in front of me, all the action. That, again, it's just part of the game, but man, does it feel good. Does it feel smooth? I still love the combat in this game. I love the fact that they did not censor any of the violence. They didn't censor women. They brought it all back like they should. And to me, that's also a big thing nowadays. We've seen games screw that shit up too. They brought it all back, man. And chopping off limbs, blood flying everywhere.
It is perfect, bro.
It is
feels damn good too.
And I can't wait to see what 4 does with that and how they handle that. And we did see it, but I can't wait to see how it feels
in gameplay.
With the new look. But yeah, man, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black is just another blast from the past, a gamer's ass game. You and I both, even if we have differences in as far as our likes and dislikes as far as action games go or difficulty levels, the one thing you and I both agree is that action games need to have an equal footing alongside Souls games. Action games like Devil May Cry, like Bayonetta, they need to start bringing these types of games back more and more. People need to make, again, I love the fact that the Souls community now gets 1 billion Souls-like games to choose from. It is freaking fantastic. The genre deserves it.
I need action games. I need
action games like this. This is a gamer's ass game again. This is what we used to get back in the day, and look at the people that are happy with it. It's freaking amazing. It's just fucking go. It's got a crazy Itagaki story, okay? It's got a crazy, doesn't make it, all of a sudden you got supernatural fucking shit popping in. You got all sorts of nut stuff in here, but at its core, it is distilled action gaming at its best at that time. Now, current day, like Steel will tell you, Devil May Cry, Bayonetta, so many other games have brought that genre forward and beyond. Nier Automata have brought that genre forward and above. But when you look at this game in the context of when it was made, you see why Ninja Gaiden was revered and why Itagaki, this is one of his main franchises that made him a rock star, along with DOA. But this is why, because even today, with minimal, well, not minimal, because they did a great job bringing it to UE5, but that's the visual side of things, but not changing the action side of things, it still holds up pretty damn well from the action side of things, even in this modern age. That shows you how far they had leaped the genre forward back then. And I love to see this, man. I love to see new people trying Ninja Gaiden for the first time and going, holy shit, I missed this. I never played this before. Why didn't I ever play this before? I actually skipped this. Like, I've seen gamers, older gamers like myself, go, I skipped out on Ninja Gaiden back in the day.
Me too. I didn't play Ninja Gaiden for the first time until over the last recent years. Like, the first one. Hadn't played in years. And then Ninja Gaiden 2, again, like I mentioned in the beginning, like I touched on just because I beat the first one and I moved into the second one. And I put the game down because other stuff was coming out and it was like going back to an older game. So having this game come out with a remaster, it be done in Unreal 5, it looked the way that it does, but still kind of play in that old kind of way. It does put you in a different mentality, right? And that's something that I do try to check myself with. I tried to walk with that in conversation or just when I'm talking about how I feel about things. I like to think that I keep that in consideration, right? That yes, there are things that have been modernized that I would like to see be done to certain games, right? And especially when you're remaking or remastering or whatever the case, hey, let's modernize it a little bit more. And I did feel like that at the beginning of jumping into Ninja Gaiden 2. And again, I played on hard. I was going to play on master. And I was just kind of like, I don't know. I want to feel it out. I thought I was going to have the opportunity to change the difficulty if I wanted to. And I'm like, oh, okay, this feels good, but let me play on the harder one, right? And I know some people in the chat recommended I play on master. I will say after beating the game, I do wish I would have played on master. To start off with, because I am not the person, again, and I've mentioned this plenty of times as well, I don't like replaying games, right? Sure. Especially if I don't have a good reason to replay it, right? I know that playing through master mode, I get a costume and all that. That's cute and everything, but like, it's not New Game Plus though, right? And that's the thing that I do think that was missing. I saw people talking about it, like maybe there was a New Game Plus. I didn't look deep enough. The only thing I could do is fucking reset the entire thing. But anyway, hopefully we're back. I was talking about Ninja Gaiden, ladies and gentlemen. Apologies for the slight hiccup there. Again, I've been having these OBS crashes and don't know why. It doesn't tell me why. Welcome to PC. It's a great place here. It's flawless, it works effortlessly, and you have to do nothing for it to work as intended. This has been an ongoing thing. Maybe I just legitimately need to reinstall OBS, pull out our JSON file so that I can just get everything back and rolling. But I was talking about Ninja Gaiden because you guys don't necessarily care about us having hiccups and stuff like that. You guys care about what's happening. No, I'm pretty sure you guys, I know you guys are like, don't mind it, man. It's a part of the tech shit. But there's no kind of throws people off. It is going to throw the audio side of things off. So audio listeners, apologies, but hey, we're back. But anyway, I was talking about Ninja Gaiden, just the way the game feels. I believe that's where I left off at. Correct me if I'm wrong, ladies and gentlemen in chat, because I'm gonna try to pull chat back up here in a second, but I'll just finish getting my thought off and then pass it back to Pong, and I can maybe dive a little bit deeper if I need to. But I wish I would have played on Master the first time, because I know replaying the game, I didn't find out until later as well that Master unlocks a costume. But since I typically don't like replaying games unless they have something like a New Game Plus that kind of makes you want to get the better weapons or get the better gear, get the better stuff. I like that kind of thing. I won't admit that I like the carrot on the stick kind of thing that some games do. I didn't jump into none of the side kind of missions that they have, because I think they do have some like side missions and stuff that you can do where you essentially replay missions and you can kind of grade them or whatever else. And they were talking about adding additional content to the game as well, or there's some other things that are going to be coming into Ninja Gaiden 2 Black as well. So it's going to be interesting to see what else they drop into it. But I gained an appreciation for the game, more so an appreciation for the game after I beat it, because as much as I would have liked to play it on Master Mode the first time, I'm also glad I didn't, because there were frustrations that I had fighting certain bosses that were because of the camera, that were because of, oh, I couldn't see this enemy off screen, or that were because of, things that I've come to expect from modern video games that did start to bother me as I was going through the experience, right? It just didn't feel fluent. I felt myself getting frustrated about certain things, certain little dumb things. Like I posted a clip of me essentially being stun locked to death, right? I got hit by, I stepped into the last area. You're in this lava area fighting this boss that you probably fought for the second or third time. I got not only I'm in this lava, the lava deteriorates your health. I get hit with a fireball, get knocked in the air, and then I get hit with another fireball. Then the enemy hits me, and then this happens, and then this happens. I'm like, bro, why in the fuck am I unable to get out of what is happening? Like, why am I getting Tekken juggled right now in this fucking action game, right? And it happened multiple times, and it happened in ways, and it's like, it's one thing if I clearly understand why I got knocked up, but it's something else when it was like, bro, I was trying to go this way, and you made me go the opposite way. I am literally pressing my directional stick, my left stick, to move this way, and I'm going the opposite way. Or when I jump up in the air and go the opposite way, oh, there's no lock on, but when I'm moving the opposite direction and doing a move, attacking in the opposite direction, I still attack towards the enemy.
Oh yeah. Yes,
I had so many moments that were like that to me, again, I understand coming to an understanding of what the game is trying to get you to do. 1000%. But there's also the other side of it where it's like when you are in the modern era of gaming, right? And it's no fault to the game because at the end of it, you have to understand where this game is coming from, right? They didn't remake the game. It is remastered. It is the original game, how the game's played from before. It is going to have those issues, some of those issues that were present before. But it doesn't mean that you can't understand, and that's where the mastery of these games are, right? Because people always say, oh, well, these action games are just button mashing games, Spider-Man, Final Fantasy 16, and I'll talk about that when I get into it. I know I'm interrupting here, but for me, this helped remind me of what we have been missing and why I love the action game genre, why I love playing Devil May Cry, why I want Bayonetta 1 through 3 remastered and put on all console hardware, because we need it. I haven't properly played Bayonetta 2 because it's locked to a fucking Wii U. I haven't properly played Bayonetta 3 because it's locked to Switch. I want to play those games at 60 FPS and Unreal or whatever engine, looking in the best quality that I can look at, because we do not get a lot of those games these days that are of a good quality. Right? For the slack people give Ninja Gaiden 3, Razor's Edge apparently being the worst of the series, I was finding myself having a fucking good time with the combat still. Right? It's just because there isn't many games like this now. Right? So that's the main thing. It's been super dope. Sorry to go to the tangent, but I wanted to kind of add on to what you were speaking to about Ninja Gaiden 2 Black and the nostalgia of it and the way it makes you feel.
We play at the same time, right? It's important. So it's great that you get it out too, because obviously you can add to the conversation while we're going along here, man. So I love it. And those aren't bugs, like MF Great says in the chat there, Steel. That's just mechanics from.
No, they are.
No,
they are. They were working with what they had.
17 years ago challenge, bro. That's what made Ninja Gaiden difficult back in the day. You were fighting the camera, bro. You were fighting the freaking.
That's part of the mastery. What do I have to do to be able to still be able to do what I can?
Bro. Don't get yourself in that position, bro.
And you can still put the camera. The other thing, I didn't learn this until after I beat the game. And again, it's probably because I just wasn't paying attention. Because again, there is something also to games giving you a lot. Mm-hmm. And that's what makes action games special, because it's one thing to play through it. It's another thing to actually learn it. And I saw somebody make the reference earlier. I think it was Gene who was saying that Reforce said Ninja Gaiden was the initial birth of Souls game. The classic Ninja Gaiden, the 2D one, sure. If you want to take it back to that, when all games were essentially that, where if you died 3 times, you're starting the fucking game over. And I do want to touch on this. I'm just going to invade right here, and then again, I want to pass it back to Pong. But what makes Souls games a Souls game? And I wanted people to stop getting this confused, because there's a difference between action games and Souls games. Souls games are exactly what you see from the Dark Souls genre. Behind the camera, it is behind the character. You are able to flow through different weapons. There's RPG mechanics in it, leveling up a character, being able to adjust to how you want to play. You can be a mage, you can be a warrior, you can be whatever, pretty much however you want to build your character. There's loss. It's not just difficulty that makes it a Souls game all of a sudden. Ninja Gaiden is not a Souls game, right? Even in Ninja Gaiden on hard, I beat almost every boss the first time. Souls games, you don't typically beat the boss the first time. It makes you have to pay more attention. There's other underlying mechanics that make Souls games what they are. That's why they've branched off and became their own thing. But all action games aren't all of a sudden Souls games. Again, Stellar Blade. I say it's more Souls-like because of how the camera and how they treat the gameplay. But it is more action-oriented because of how the game mechanics flow and what it's actually asking of you. It's not Souls in the way a Dark Souls games is. It's a Souls-like. And I don't think there's anything wrong with saying it's a Souls-like because it is pulling from a genre that is pulling from action games. The Souls thing is just a derivative from action games. It's just a different form of, hey, this is what is expected of you in this. It's just setting it. That's it.
Yeah.
But everything isn't a Souls game all of a sudden just because it's hard. And no, man. You typically, when people are referencing a Souls game, they are referencing a game that, yes, has difficulty in it, but it has RPG mechanics, it has some form of loss in it, and it has these over-the-top bosses.
I mean, just remember, Spider-Man's an RPG. So
yeah, I mean, fucking Jesus Christ. Spider-Man is the epitome of an action game. Like, but it's RPG, bro. It has some mechanics for sure. But
same source, bro. It's an RPG. So
Jesus.
Anyway,
yeah. Go ahead.
And by the way, shift up. Can we get that Stellar Blade PC announcement? I want to find out.
It's coming.
It's
coming.
Is Souls like yet or not? I want to play it for myself, so I'm gonna try. So can we get that announcement real quick? Let's do that. People still posting screenshots, bro. God damn.
Oh, of course. Yeah, man. It's a stunner.
Eve is one of the best characters ever designed. Anyways,
yeah, good looking.
Enjoying my time with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Again, it transports me back to a different time and place, and I'm just so happy it exists. I'm so happy that people are discovering it. I've always talked about this steel. I know, obviously we get a ton of remasters and remakes that don't make sense, or bad ones that don't do anything for the lineage of the IP. And I've always said, I'm always in the mindset that if you're not going to do it right, just don't do it. Leave the old games fucking alone and don't touch it. If you don't come into it with the best of intentions and make sure that quality bar is set high when you do a remaster or remake, just don't do it, because you're doing a disservice to what that IP is. And again, I've leveled massive criticism at Rockstar for what they did with that Grand Theft Auto trilogy remake, remaster, whatever you want to fucking call that bullshit. I leveled massive criticism. I think Strauss should be ashamed of that entire process, right? But this is what it's supposed to be about, and why I think that these older games have a place to this day still, even some of them that are just nostalgia fueled, some of them that obviously need massive upgrades in certain areas. They can still have this kind of impact this day and age when they are a genre or a game type that we don't see a lot of anymore, and that are distilled back in the day when things, like I've talked about, were much more pure gaming. Games were made for a crowd of gamers that were just like dude bros, like whatever you want to call us back in the day, that just didn't have any of the bullshit. There is something that still catches people's attention, even from the younger generation. That's why I think games like this coming forward are important, and I love to see them happen in this way when they do a good job. So shout out to Team Ninja and Koei Tecmo for doing this. And obviously they had their reason now that they're going to bring back the franchise. But at the same time, they did it right, and that's all that matters to me, and that people are getting to experience it for the first time sometimes. So I think this is beautiful, man. What else, Steel? Sniper Elite Resistance. Let's go there real quick.
Oh, yeah, you jumped in a little bit?
I jumped in a little bit. Just jumped in a little bit. We do gotta do some co-op, bro. I miss our co-op time with this, bro. I know you're busy and you're doing a ton of other shit, and so am I. But I am not very far at all. But it's Sniper Elite. Okay, now I've heard some people say it doesn't live up to Sniper Elite 5, the last one, and that's fine. I can see that this one probably it didn't have as long as a development time. I don't think as the last Sniper Elite. This was kind of a offshoot, which is fine. I had zero problem with it. Sniper Elite though, I'm always gonna have a bias because it's a fast food like Ubisoft games are for me. It's a fast food game for me. I will always love what they do. The X-ray shots never get old. I saw some of the reviews saying, "Oh, it's time. Move on. This is just
nah." Sniper Elite. The only thing I need from Sniper Elite is a modern warfare version of Sniper Elite.
Sure.
That's all that I would like that. But outside of that, Sniper Elite is dope as hell.
Nah. It just doesn't get old for me, bro.
Appreciate you, Doc.
How many times I see the bullet go through the brain or the eyeball or through the balls, I smile. I think it's the coolest shit. It's one of the coolest mechanics ever created in a video game. And I turn it up because you can go in the settings and turn how often it happens. I turn it up, bro, because I want to see it. I just think it's dope as fuck. I never want them to change that. The level design so far is really cool. There's lots of different areas to get to, lots of different, little secret spots, good sniping spots. The melee feels just as good sneaking up on somebody, sticking a knife in their neck. That feels just as good, throwing their body off into a ravine so nobody finds it, booby trapping the body. All of that. This is a formula game that continues to work for me personally. I love it. I will never get sick of shooting Nazis. I will just never get sick of being back in World War II because I'm a World War II guy. I love it. The formula just works. So I'm having a great time. Character-wise, lots of diversity, cool stuff as far as like being in France this time around. Love to see the different perspectives, even though this is all just kind of made up World War II history. It's still cool because they do try to capture some of the time frame back then, obviously with the talking points and all that kind of stuff. All of that is in this game. Love to see it because obviously the French resistance was one of the big resistances back in the day. There was tons of them. Poland also had a massive resistance. But this underground idea style, I love that shit, man. And I love the, meeting up and finding groups of people, sneaking around in abandoned buildings and having all these secrets and trying to figure out how they're going to take down this massive army that is much more powerful than them. I love the whole concept, man. So Sniper Elite Resistance is dope. Again, dope. Game Pass, no risk. Download, try it out for yourself. If you've never played Sniper Elite, it's fun as fuck. The gunplay is great. I love the gunplay.
Might have to get some might have to get a playthrough in it, man, because the last co-op experience that we had with that game was really
dope. They got Invasion back against you.
Oh wow, okay.
Invasion is back. So yep. So that's dope. You and I had a lot of fun hunting down invaders into our games, man. That was fun as hell, bro. So yeah, we might have to do
Parasite in chat is saying that guys, stop capping. The graphics are mid. They need to update the graphics engine. Are you Parasite? I just want to clarify. Are you speaking to Sniper Elite or?
I'm assuming Sniper Elite.
Because you're talking about Sniper Elite. I kind of think that's just their style. Like, man, for me, like, not everything needs to be the most graphically forward and impressive game that I've ever played. You just need to look good. As long as it looks good, like, how much further do you want them to go? You want me to have UE5 now?
This is a AAA. This is AA.
I don't know. I'm just like, let us know, Parasite, if that's what you meant.
This is AA, and again, I don't have, and it's not capping. We got to update our language too. Again, the overuse of terminology just kills me because of social media these days. Holy shit, man! It's not capping to say that I enjoy the fuck out of this game and that I don't care. I'm not a graphics whore. I've never claimed to be a graphics whore. I love beautiful graphics. Don't get me wrong. But I don't need them to be a part of my game. Like if the gameplay for me most of the time is king, right? And so for me, I really don't care. I think it looks great. It looks great. And again, for them to be able to put out the game as quick as they did, a part of the reason is because this is not AAA. So I don't expect it to have the greatest of greatest graphics. If someday Rebellion decides that Sniper Elite sells enough and has enough money, did he clarify?
Yeah, they
Oh,
were
oh,
clear. He was talking about people in chat. Gotcha.
Oh, okay. What were people in chat saying of that? Which graphics? What were we
I
talking
guess
about?
they were kind of referencing to Sniper Elite. That wasn't that good. Was it still about
Oh, okay.
Sniper Elite?
Yeah.
Parasite. At least that's what I was understanding from the little things that I was seeing in chat. Let us know. I mean, again, it may stopping the conversation or whatever, but it is a conversation piece because I did hear other people mention this about Sniper Elite as well, saying that it's a whatever game's just another one of those Game Pass fodder games.
Yeah, no. And again, that's fine. We're past the point. There's a whole generation or two now that does believe a large portion of those gamer generations that do believe that anything below
don't attack
mid-80s is
Parasite.
shit. No, yeah, no, I'm not. No, not at all. I'm just telling you that when I get excited for games, I'm not capping. Like I don't fake shit, right? Just to fake shit at all. I have my biases, and I come out and freely admit. That's why I said Sniper Elite's one of my fast food games. I will always love this genre. I will always love this game. I don't care how many they make. I will always love it. They can keep the same formula. I just don't give a shit. But anyways, so yeah, no, Sniper Elite Resistance. Try it. Download it. Eternal Strands. Steel. Eternal.
Oh
Strands.
yeah, we can get into it. Yeah,
we've been playing.
Talk about it a little bit.
I'm about 8 hours in now, Steve. About 8 hours in. We had a little back and forth in the DMs about Eternal Strands.
Just upfront, kind of upfront thoughts.
Upfront thoughts, and it continues to be true. Again, this. I freely admit on this show, as you guys all know, that I'm old.
Did you get to the dragon yet, or no?
Not yet, no.
Okay.
No, because I'm exploring, bro. You know me. My
No,
8 hours is everybody else's 2 fucking hours. So whatever. I'm exploring everywhere because this game does reward exploring, and there's a lot of shit to find, which is dope. And I'm going to talk about that. But I think, which dragon though? The beginning one, the first one. I'm well past that.
No, you get to fight that dragon for real.
Okay. Yeah. No. Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't gotten quite there yet. So,
that's where I left off in the demo. So.
All right. Perfect. Eternal Strands. I'm old. I freely admit that there are parts of me that are annoyed by the younger generations. I'm at that point in my life, and that's cool with me. You guys know how I feel about some of the modern games. Dragon Age Veilguard, which we might have to talk about a little bit later. Told you guys how I felt straight out just from watching people. And then I tried it. Yep. And then I tried it for myself in the demo.
I mean,
the writing is fucking horrible. Okay. The writing of the younger generations, at least the ones that are coming up in gaming, at least the ones that are being hired by some of these companies are fucking awful. Okay. I'm not, it's not even close to what we used to get back in the day. Again, if you feel differently, that's fine with me. I have zero issues. I'm not the dude that just hates to hate and say, I can't believe you. I'm just telling you from my perspective, it's awful. It's god awful. Okay. Eternal Strands right out the gate for me. This is what I was in the DMs. First of all, the writing is better than Dragon Age Veilguard already. Okay. So it's risen above that.
I do agree with that.
However, it is still zoomerific writing. It is still a zoomer. Within 15 minutes of the game, if I'm getting some cringy ass teen romance dialogue options with cutesy in it, like, bro, the zoomer generation is adults now. Like, can we do adult shit? Can we get away from this baby bullshit, bro? Come on, man. I know there's a love affair with the younger generations with feeling like you're teen all the damn time. And some of you grew up that way. And some of you have been coddled your entire fucking lives. But come on, bro. Can we start having adult conversations again in games? Anyways, that annoyed the shit out of me right out the gate. I was like, oh my God, 15 minutes in. Really? We're doing this really? And the options and the constantly cheering on the main character, like you're good enough, you're smart enough, and gosh darn it, people love you every step of the fucking way from your team. Yo, like, okay, toxic positivity warning, bro. Okay, like that's enough of that. But my qualms aside, again, this is why I enjoy 60 rated games. This is why I enjoy 70 rated games for my entire life, is because games don't have to be perfect to draw me in. So I kept playing though. And why did I keep playing? Well, because even to me, the action with the early powers, not even fully powered up, just the early powers, the action, the combat, the world, the lore in the world is already above Dragon Age Veilguard as well.
Okay.
Okay. Easy W. Now, again, I'm not a fan of the animation style in this game, much like I wasn't in Dragon Age Veilguard. I'm not a fan of the animation.
Okay.
And again, that's gonna be completely subjective. Art is completely subjective. I'm not a fan of it. Again, zoomer styling and characters, not a fan of whatsoever. Hate the style of the characters in this game, but that doesn't matter. I have a small problem with the traversal. I know it sounds like I've loaded up here with a whole lot of shit, but it's not really. I have a small problem with some of the traversal stuff. Walking on the ice bridges that you can make is.
I don't like the fact that it hurts you. I think that's if your own ice.
It's a mechanic. Yeah, exactly. It's a mechanic that they introduce right away. Like, but walking on it feels like shit. Like Steele said, if you're on it too long, it hurts you. It's like, yo, well, okay, whatever. This doesn't feel good. The ability to climb in this game is freaking awesome. Yeah. However, when you give extreme verticality to a game and you are going to include fall damage, you have to take extra special care to make sure that in those climbing situations, because you're going to allow people to climb into trees with really odd angles, really weird, you have to make sure that the grab function when you are falling is on point so that you can keep yourself from falling all the way down and taking damage, huge damage, not little damage, huge damage at some points. This game is very hit or miss with this, and this is not the only game that has this problem. It is a tough mechanic to do when you allow people to climb everywhere, which is dope. I think that is freaking awesome. It opens up so much different ideas, and in this game, they implement those ideas so far in my early gameplay. All right, enough with the criticism. That's my criticism of the game. Everything else, the combat feels great. It's not overly complex. It's not anything outrageous, right? It is just pretty straightforward. Sword and shield, block, dodge, attack, all feel great. Power up attack, feel great. Okay. Lock on to enemies, wonderful, awesome, dope. Enemies come with different attacks. They mix it up. I like that. Again,
the dogs are annoying. Whatever. Wolves are annoying.
The invisible spitters are.
No, they are annoying too. Yeah.
They are annoying, but I just iced the shit out of those.
Oh yeah.
That's right. But anyways, I do enjoy it. And again, doesn't have to be perfect. Are these perfect? No, but they're varied. They feel good. It feels good when you kill them. The fact that everything drops, I do have a problem with the size of the inventory when you have a game that drops this much material, which you need.
Okay.
I know you can
it can expand it. Yeah, it can expand it. Yeah.
I'm getting full within the first 20% of the level still like that. And then if you go back, everything resets, right? So you can go back and drop off everything, but you got to walk all the way back. You can't fast travel. You got to walk back to the point, go back to your camp, drop off everything, come back. Everything's reset again, enemies and everything.
Even you do unlock fast travel eventually, but yeah, I got you.
Right. I'm just saying early on, right? So again, just small, but again, it's great. Everything has potential to drop you something that you are going to need. Love it. Okay. Love that. Levels start to open up and get big.
Yes.
And then it's not, like I said, it's not just a flat plane. We were talking about vertical plane. So what do I go do? My instinct in every single freaking game that gives me the option is to go try to climb over that shit, to go climb up there, to go see what's over there. Oh, I see something sparkly. Let me see if I can get to it. This is what I do. This is why my 7-8 hours in the game is everybody else's 2 hours, or a lot of people's 2 hours, because this is what I do. This is how I play these games. I don't care if it's early on. I don't care if people say it's a waste of time. I want to go see what they're going to reward me, if they're going to reward me. This game rewards you. Hidden caves, finding treasure chests, more rare materials appropriately placed. Some games don't do that well, where you spend all this time getting into a cave and you walk in, you open the chest, shit. No. I started finding rarer materials. I'm like, oh, okay. All right. This feels good. Having even verticality within the caves themselves and having shortcuts up and through the cave. And you look up there and you go, God damn, that skylight up there. Do I have enough stamina to climb all the way up there? Is there enough ledges that I can make? Let's try it. Yep. sure enough is pop out the top on top of a mountain.
Super
now,
rewarding that way.
Now, not fully open. There are barriers, right? You get I forget what the mist is called. They got the mist, the shit. I forget what it's called, but it hurts you, whatever else, if you walk into it. They've got that. So it's not fully open world by any stretch of the imagination, but nice, big open worlds and rewarding exploration. You guys all know, or if you don't know, A+ in my book when you do this is why I love Bethesda. Again, this is why I love RPGs, Western RPGs, when it's done right. So far, game is hitting it. Powers. Again, early on, I've got ice and I've got a force power.
Yes.
How they implement this stuff is freaking cool. And this is what they showed off in the trailers.
Yes.
And when I first got in the game, Steel, I had forgotten how much they talked about the environment and being able to use the environment.
Mm-hmm.
And so I started playing it like I was locked into like how most games with powers do it, where it's very limited to what you can do with these powers. This game, you can grab, throw just about anything that you can see. You can break apart anything you can see. And again, when you break apart, sure, a lot of times you get nothing, but a lot of times you are getting materials, and some of them can be upgraded materials. If you just see a pile of bones from a big giant beast that's been left there, if you pick it up and break it, you might get some decent bone shards that you need. And you can use them, all of this, against the enemies. You can pick up the freaking enemies and throw them if you want to and stun them.
The smaller ones,
I'm fighting a dragon. I can freeze his freaking head, so he has a hard time breathing fire. I was like, okay. Wait, I can freeze and get myself up higher because I can climb up on this ice wall, even though it's going to hurt me. I can climb up on this ice wall and I can get higher. Okay. I could freeze this enemy and then attack him inside the ice wall. He's trying to break himself free. Okay. Right. I can break apart this giant rock that I can't pick up, but I can take smaller rocks and break that rock. I get upgraded ore. Rewarding every way through. And that's 2 of the powers. Then they introduce elemental puzzles into the game as well. Of course, they've got these special fire plants where you can grab the fire bulbs and you could toss them at frozen cave sections. They blow up and they start on fire and they start melting the shit. And then finally you can clear a path through and you can get inside the cave that you couldn't before. Again, nothing shattering brand new, but it's putting it all together with all of this other stuff involved that they've included so far. And again, this is very early in the game for me. And then you throw on what is actually, outside of the Zoomer writing, very interesting lore so far going on. Some very interesting placement of unknown giant kind of mechanical creatures that everybody's trying to figure. I forget what they actually call them. What everybody's trying to figure out how to get them, why they're there, what they're starting. Then you got these gates that open up that are supposed to going to allow us to travel to new places. Those haven't been used for a very long time. Long lost, this lost civilization type lore, but it's done very well. And those parts of the story are great. The relationships, I skip through the shit. It is garbage. Every option to me is like so bad. I'm like, I can't believe they even put this down on paper, but that's fine. Don't need it. It's not important to me. The relationships between the group. Go have your Zoomer fun. Okay. You guys love each other, whatever the hell you want to do. That's fine. But the lore itself, listening to the lore when they do bring it up and going through that part is amazing. So Eternal Strands is, again, going to be one of those low 70 games that isn't perfect to me. I certainly have my criticisms, obviously, but the gameplay itself and what they're doing in this game, I want to play more. I want to play more. I sat down last night. I got home a little bit early before Xbox Ultimate Steel. I could have played some Tokyo Extreme Racer. I could have played some more Sniper Elite Resistance, which again, I love. I turned on Eternal Strands again last night and said, let's play some more Eternal Strands, man. And like I said, I was just having a blast discovering shit, figuring some of the mechanics out, and just really going through this world. And I can't wait to open it up more. I want to start fighting these giants that we saw in the trailer, like some big ass. I want to start fighting those guys.
Feels good.
But just it feels great when you're in the world, and that's the most important part to me, the gameplay. And so, yeah, Eternal Strands, again, no risk, in Game Pass, new studio, former Ubisoft. I believe there's some even BioWare devs at that studio. First game out, you could see the talent is there. Again, don't agree with all the decisions and stuff, so it's all subjective. But the fact is, they created something cool here with a brand new IP, which is hard to do this day and age. And they did separate themselves. The powers, especially Steel, separate this game from other games. It's not the first time it's been done. Obviously, elemental powers, force power has been used in a ton of different games. But what they're doing is a step above most games when it comes to that so far. It's a step above how many different ways you can use this shit, how much in the environment that you could break apart and throw and do all sorts of shit and freeze. And that to me intrigues me enough that I want to keep playing this game. So loving Eternal Strands right now. Loving Eternal Strands. I think I'll end it there. I've talked enough. I told you guys, I've been boring for 3 weeks with some of my older games that I've been playing and some of my normal games that I've been playing. I told you guys we're getting into that mode now where this year is going to start popping off and I was going to have a chance to start playing new games. So I'm excited to talk about this shit because I'm having a great time. I'll leave it there. I fired up Citizen Sleeper 2, which just dropped in Game Pass.
Somebody mentioned that in chat. Yep.
Yeah, I talked about this game. Citizen Sleeper 1 is still in Game Pass. I did confirm that. So you can go back and play Citizen Sleeper 1
and then jump into the second one.
If you want to, and then jump into 2. This game got great reviews. I think this game is sitting at an 80 right now, or maybe 81 right now. I'm telling you guys, this game is a chill-ass game, but it's so different with dice rolls and all sorts of stuff. And now he's got different classes that can alter even some of the dice rolls. Like, and for anybody who doesn't know what I'm talking about, it's like old school, like tabletop RPGs, like Dungeons and Dragons and stuff. You have to roll for success in some of these, and they've actually got the dice that show up on the screen on these little squares. But it is a cyberpunk setting. It is set in the future, and the graphics are stunning. It is this minimalistic cyberpunk look. It is absolutely stunning. And this is a single developer dude. He's super cool. I think everybody should try it at least. It might not be your thing. You might go right away, nope, I have zero interest in this. But I think it is a dope game that everybody should try. And again, the first one is on Game Pass as well as now the second one. So go check it out. No risk. Just go try it out and see for yourself. Music is sublime. It just has such a cool feeling to it. I saw some people posting about Citizen Sleeper 2 that never jumped into Citizen Sleeper 1. And they were talking about they didn't expect much from the game. They actually thought they were just going to try it and wind up uninstalling it. And then they wound up sitting there for 4 or 5 hours just playing and didn't realize. Like just totally chilled out, making decisions, going through the story, having a good time. It's just one of those games, man. They're going to grab some people, so go check it out. But I'll leave it there, Steve. I'll let you jump in here with anything, obviously, you got to add to you've been playing, because I know you've been playing a ton of shit too, man. But thank you all for listening to my gaming, man. Again, I'm excited. We got new games, and this month's going to be mad crazy. Like, I'm even deciding right now whether or not I'm going to pick up Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which I thought was day one for sure for me. It is just the volume of games Avowed, and now that my Avowed excitement steal from last year.
Yeah.
Right? Where
is it kicking in?
It's kicking in again.
It's kicking in? Okay.
Screenshots. I've been seeing what's been going on again. My trip back to Outer Worlds 1 again for a short period got me excited. I get why I love Obsidian, why I was talking Obsidian since I started podcasting. I've been talking up Obsidian, that they were going to take this leap underneath Xbox, that people were going to start to recognize them for the talent that they have. Hearing some of the early impressions from people who have been playing or had a chance to go review the game, shout out to Boom and others who got to go play the game. Like, just the general feeling around this deal. And again, people, we understand this, right? There's a lot of fake shit that goes on these days, right? There's a lot of, again, Dragon Age Veilguard. I hate to pick on the loser in the group this time around, but I have to, because again, we're going to talk about it. There was a lot of fake hype from the media around that game. A lot of fake pumping it up, a lot of fakeness.
For Dragon Age?
Yeah, for Dragon Age, that didn't really turn out to be the real thing. And now we've seen even some backtracking from some of the media as well, from their initial hype. I think with Avowed, I think that it is real. Now we're going to find out, there's some question marks with Obsidian and this team and that kind of stuff. There are some question marks, as far as how they're going to pull this off, because so many people, it's been through transitions. Over the years, we've heard Avowed has kind of had these transitions. People didn't think they were going to pull it together. Still, we're finding out now that it sounds like There is a 60 frames mode for the Series X. That there's
Yeah.
a 30s and frames,
Some screenshots going out. Yeah.
Well. There's a 30 and 40 frames mode for Series S. Listen, I'm starting to hear that the Obsidian that I know and love, the DNA is in this game. So my Avowed hype is increasing. So that's why I'm questioning whether or not it's coming back again. I just from last year, and with the delay, I kind of put it to the side. Now that we're getting close, I'm coming back to that. Oh shit.
It's right around the corner.
Yeah. So that's why I'm deciding on Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. We will find out. I might wait on that one for a bit. Otherwise,
I think you wait on that and you get the upgrade for Avowed, so you get that 5-day early access.
Yeah, I think that might be what I do. I think it might be what I do.
Was debating
I
on
really
it.
want to. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is looking so fucking fantastic, bro.
Yeah, but if you're more hyped for Avowed, I think that would be the better pickup.
I am.
But the time investment, I would say.
So, that's why I'm deciding. And again, we got Monster Hunter Wilds at the end, which I do want to jump into. I don't know if I'm going to be. I'm probably not going to be Steel Rain on Monster Hunter Wilds, but I do want to finally play Monster Hunter Wilds, and Steel might have to, bring himself down to my level and help me a little bit with Monster Hunter Wilds. I do want to learn Monster Hunter Wilds this time around. I never did it I jumped in the world, but didn't give it the full go. I loved it. I've played Monster Hunter for a long ass time. Just didn't give it the full go. And with Wilds, what I'm seeing, Steel, fucking ridiculous, bro. Capcom,
it's phenomenal, bro. They literally.
I can't wait. I'm so excited for these games.
Made it evolve. Yeah.
Yeah. I again, if all this shit wasn't happening, if I didn't have the backlog, Pirate Yakuza would be a day one for me. If I didn't have all this other shit,
It's
Pirate
true.
Yakuza, freaking phenomenal, bro. My love for pirates is well known as well. My love for pirate games is well known. That ship combat instantaneously sold me, bro. I'd be playing that day one if it wasn't for all this shit. I got too many games and I am too busy right now, and real life is kicking my ass. So, but we're gonna have some fun, Steel. We got a lot to talk about. We got a lot more that's coming up. So we're gonna have a lot of game talk here on Saturday mornings. So thank you all for listening.
Every time. I mean, you see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. We get knee deep into the show. OBS crashes, and over an hour in, we're talking about all the things that we've been playing. I mean, and again, we started off the show hot as we usually do. But I want us to go back to Eternal Strands. I think starting there is going to be a good place, at least for me, because I did end up playing the demo for Eternal Strands on Steam. Right now, mind you, Eternal Strands is releasing in Game Pass as well, and I was planning on just restarting the game when it came out in the Game Pass. Right. Take that for what you will. If you're, because I can see some people running with that and saying, "Oh, well, you don't feel the game is worthy enough to spend the money on." No, I don't. For me, that's not my thought. I think the game is worth the ducats. But when you have an option as a gamer, there's some things I don't mind restarting. Again, it's a demo. I understand that it was a demo. I went into it understanding that it was a demo, right? But having that option to carry my progress forward does make me consider if I get Eternal Strands, because I'm not playing it right now, right? And apparently you didn't have to get to a certain point in the demo, at least on Steam, for you to be able to continue your playthrough. So I'm considering maybe I just pick it up later on a sale, $20, whatever the case may be, and then continuing it at that point. Main reason being, a lot of what Pong is speaking to, I understand. I don't necessarily agree with. I thought the writing and everything, you can get my reactions and everything. I played it live on stream for you guys right here on Live a Split Screen. I did 2 episodes, so you can kind of get my first impressions of what I felt from the game. To jump to Crow real quick, because he says, Steel, how would you compare Zelda Breath of the Wild to Eternal Strands? Is it worth exploring Eternal Strands' world? In the way that Zelda is fun in exploring the world, no. It's not the same game. Now, I also have a jaded experience in that because I played a modern version of Breath of the Wild on PC, right? So what I got from it and was memorable to me, I could try to compare that to what you would get on a Switch. Maybe, right? I think Eternal Strands is fun in a creative way because of how the use of the powers, that's what I found myself getting infatuated with more than anything, right? It kind of took me back to what I was experiencing with Hogwarts when I was playing it. I recommend Hogwarts to anybody. One, because I think it's a very impressive game as far as graphically. Two, I think it's impressive in the way it makes you feel part of that world. Three, the combat in that game is fun. Making wand combat fun and seeing how magical abilities can be used, especially with them stepping into more of like the death side of things, more of the evil side of the powers of some of the stuff that you can use, I thought was really creative. In Eternal Strands, I spent about 4 hours in the demo or so, and I got to the same place with Pong to where I have the force kind of abilities where you throw a bubble and you can kind of jump on the bubble and it'll launch you up, or you can drag people into the bubble and it'll kind of cause an explosion. It makes you kind of bounce out. And then the ice ability I found a lot of fun with, and apparently I was going to get a fire abilities coming up, but it just felt good seeing how you impact the world and knowing that as much as I don't like taking ice damage from my own ice that I create, it also does something when I know that the game rules apply to everything in the game, right? Because it's frustrating when you're playing games, especially in like Souls games, where there's like rules that apply to you, but they don't apply to the enemies. And Eternal Strands doesn't have that problem, right? And it is something to kind of adjust to and get used to, but it does make it fun, right? And just interacting with different stuff in the world. Again, when you blow up one of those fire flowers and it makes the environment catch on fire and then it starts expanding out, like, yeah, sure, that can be annoying, but thinking about it when you're watching it happen in real time is like, oh, damn, that's kind of dope. Because not many games do that, right? Zelda is a good example, Crow, of a game that does do that, but it's also a game that is extremely impressive on the physics sides of things and how it involves the environment. So using that comparison, I do think Eternal Strands is speaking to some of those things. I was having a lot of fun with the game, but because of what Paul also mentioned, there's such a majority of there's such a slew of games out there. There's such a variety. This game, Eternal Strands, is on Game Pass. I would recommend people to play it if you are into that action adventure Zelda-like type style games. And I do think it's worth a play just for the mechanics and the abilities and the Monster Hunter-ish esque feel that it has to it as well. Now, I just mean that as far as being able to climb on the monsters, but I think saying Dragon's Dogma would probably be a little bit more accurate, an anime-esque or a cartoonish version of Dragon's Dogma. Maybe is somewhat I can compare this game to, a little bit more action adventure-ish. I like the fact how you can traverse the worlds. I did kind of find it frustrating in the beginning of Eternal Strands to where I thought I unlocked a waypoint system or a checkpoint system like Pong. I found it frustrating that my inventory was getting full really quick. I was like, damn, I felt like I haven't even been playing the game like that. And I picked up a couple of things and now I can't pick up anything. And then I see that I can expand my inventory, but it's like, is that really the thing that I want to deal with this early? Or should I be feeling this way this early where you're kind of making me feel like I got to make choices on my runs? Because that's how it kind of starts feeling. You go out into these worlds and it feels like you're doing a run, right? Now you do unlock a waypoint. You are able to come back. But even when you come back, at least from what I remember in the demo, it essentially reset everything. I was like, oh, okay. Now it doesn't like reset if there's this colossal boss, which I did end up fighting them, or Archon, whatever it's called. I did end up fighting one. And that was super fun. I think the game is super dope. This coming from Yellow Brick Games, again, the studio's first game. It is coming from industry veterans though as well, right? But for this to be the studio's first game, I think it's really unique. I think it's really cool to play, and I was having a lot of fun. I like the speed of it as well. It feels real punchy. I do think that there is fun to be had exploring that world and just getting into the combat of it. Well, one of my main knocks, and again, just being a combat dude, the wolves were fucking annoying because, again, of their instant attacks. It's like, dude, you're giving me dodges, you're giving me blocks. Why are these enemies instant attacking? It's the same thing. It's like kind of the same issue that I had in Hyperlight Breaker as well. It's just it becomes something that is a turnoff because of how instantaneous that it is. Now you adjust to it, right? But I do think that it can be just animations. Again, that's something that Pong spoke to. There are little animation quirks that I do think could be worked on just to make it more enticing for other players, right? That's the main thing. Again, little nicks, but overall, I mean, coming off the demo, I was feeling at about an 8-ish level, right? Paul said he was at about a 7, even at a 7.5 if you want to give it that. I think Eternal Strands is a very strong game that's in Game Pass right now. Anybody that's on console, please, I would suggest playing it. Super fun game. But the reason I put Eternal Strands down, well, one, I'm not even gonna lie to you, it was because of Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. 1000%. That showcase that we got from Xbox, again, because we have missed the opportunity, because that was the week that Saturday would have been just coming off of the direct happening, and the excitement that seeing Ninja Gaiden 4 gave me took me back to how I felt about seeing Devil May Cry 4 for the first time, when it felt like it had been some time since we got the last Devil May Cry entry. Like there's those spurts in time, especially in like with action games. Again, speak to what we were talking about earlier, we just don't get enough of them. And I do feel like Devil May Cry 5 is extremely underappreciated. Shit, it's been underappreciated by me. I still haven't given it my full breadth of time, right? But what makes Ninja Gaiden so attractive is that visceral nature, right? You were coming off of Space Marine 2 as an example, and how much fun we were having just toughing through that game, right? It felt like every battle that we got into felt like a slog. We were in the face of the enemy. The way the end of the game makes you feel like you're on top of the world, again, making you feel like that Giga Chad, taking you back to those olden days of where it was just kind of that dude bro shooter feel, like that, just being in the action. It's visceral, snapping necks, breaking backs, and just being in your face. It's gory, it's impressive. Ninja Gaiden takes Devil May Cry as an example, or just the action game genre, and it is definitely in its own lane because of its visceral nature, right? I wouldn't want to go to Devil May Cry and be like, I need Devil May Cry to be Ninja Gaiden all of a sudden. No, Ninja Gaiden is like the Batman of this genre, like of this over the top with the combat mechanics, really making you feel like Ryo Hayabusa, moment to moment, a badass shinobi that can literally do anything. And then you add on the demonic stuff that's going on as well. I'm not going to act like I'm the most versed in what's happening in Ninja Gaiden or whatever story-wise as well. But you got all these underlying elements that kind of play into what the game has going on. And just from moment to moment gameplay, and from what I saw from it being shown at the developer direct, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black being a remaster done in Unreal 5 sparked something really special to me, that when I saw it, I was like, yeah, I need to play that. And then hearing it releasing in Game Pass that day was a phenomenal thing for me. I downloaded it immediately. Once that was shown, I was like lost for the rest of the developer direct. There was a whole nother game. South of Midnight was playing in the background, and I'm interested in South of Midnight as well, right? I've mentioned that. But I was busy trying to find out, how do I install Ninja Gaiden 2 Black? I need to play that because of how well it presented itself. And it just drew something in me. I was like, damn, I did just recently try to play this game or jumped into this game, and we're getting a remaster of it? The Black Edition, from what I understand, is supposed to be the improved version. And again, this is me going in with the Ninja Gaiden with very little knowledge. I only played the first one. So going into the second one, putting it down, and then getting this announcement, also getting Ninja Gaiden 4 in that same breath. It was just so many grandiose things happening at one time. And the way that Ninja Gaiden 4 displayed, it was just like, bro, they're digging into the Devil May Cry 4 bag with, hey, introducing Nero, a new character, supposed to be a cousin to Dante or whatever the case. You're like, yo, do I even like this dude? Why am I playing as this new dude? Like, why am I not Dante right now? And then you have the engagement that you have with Dante in the middle of the game, then being able to play with Dante after you beat the game. I got all of those same vibes, as well as the stories things too, because the new character, I can't remember the new character's name in Ninja Gaiden 4, but he runs into Ryu and they kind of do this dynamic of, oh, I can't trust you. I need to fight you because you got something else going on, or you're this evil dude. Again, it just took me back to how I felt about Devil May Cry 4 when I first saw it, seeing that dynamic, playing through it, how it potentially Ninja Gaiden 4 is going to feel, especially now coming off of beating Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, has me extremely excited. And just speaking of Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, anybody that has an interest in action games or just wants to see why these games are special, I would definitely recommend playing. It's in Game Pass as well, console or PC, because I know a lot of people digging it. Oh, y'all keep speaking more so the PC side of things. I get all these PC talks and nobody cares about the console anymore. We still care about the console, man. Like, get it understood. There's just a bigger vision to be had here. But seeing Xbox dig into the Ninja Gaiden bag, also getting the information after that Phil Spencer actually was the one who put the Ninja Gaiden 4 in motion with Platinum, having Team Ninja with Platinum. It's going to be a match made in heaven. A lot of great combat's going to be had. Hopefully the story is going to be magnificent, because maybe this is the Ninja Gaiden that actually has the story that people were looking for, right? Because apparently, I mean, again, from what I've played from Ninja Gaiden 2, it's not like the story is over the top. It is very start and stop, like you're just going from monster to monster, kind of scene to scene. Hey, there's these demons are here, you got to fight these demons, and then kind of go from there. Oh, this relic is important. All right, we got to get the relic back. Oh, it gives you powers. Cool. All right, well, I guess this is the premise of everything that is happening. And again, I know that because I've seen people do some story breakdowns for Ninja Gaiden and everything, and maybe I end up tuning into one of those. But I do think that Ninja Gaiden 4 sets up so many grandiose things, just for partnerships, just for the action game genre, just for bringing that old school feel back to games, right? The things that matter, the gameplay, getting back to the essence of it, I think is super important. I think it does demonstrate as well that Xbox does have vision still. And I think that's important when you compare it to everything that we've been seeing here recently. So yeah, man, Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, beat that on hard, was a really dope experience. I give the game at least an 8 out of 10 for me. The 2 points I'd take away just because of, again, it's an older game, right? I did have my gripes with it because of that. And it was more so in boss fights where I felt it more than anything, especially when they involved multiple enemies. Be it pressing a direction and wanting to hit whatever is in that direction or go that direction, and it still take me the opposite way. It's annoying, right? It's a frustrating thing. It makes me not want to play in the harder difficulty, because this is something I'm going to have to fight against, and the difficulty, because again, we're also talking about games that believed in, hey, I'm just going to give you less health as a form of difficulty. Hey, I'm going to make sure the enemies do not only have more health, but they also do more damage when you have less health. That is not a good form of difficulty to me. That is something I've always spoken out against, right? To me, difficulty should be more in line with what the AI does, how it adapts to you, right? Not me having less health. That's stupid, right? Like, if I want to put handicaps on myself, I would just put handicaps. So anyway, really excited to see what else is going to happen with Ninja Gaiden 2 Black. Again, modders are also in the works on the game as well. that's been really fun. So Ninja Gaiden 2 Black and Eternal Strands, 2 games that are also in Game Pass. What can you do? The other thing that I have been in, because I did jump into, after I beat Black, 2 Black, I jumped into Ninja Gaiden 3 Razor's Edge. That's also on Game Pass, right? Part of the collection, Ninja Gaiden collection, if you'd rather play that. But I jumped into Ninja Gaiden 3. I was playing Razor's Edge. I was having a good time with it. I will say that Ninja Gaiden 2 does feel better than 3 does to play, right? Kind of how I felt about how I feel about Mass Effect 2 to 3, right? 3 overall, you can tell, like, yeah, it was made for the newer folks jumping into it, made it more actiony and whatnot. I still think that 2 is the better overall feeling game, moment to moment at least. I feel the same way about Ninja Gaiden 2, going from 3 to 2. We're going from 2 to 3, however you want to take that. I mean, I do think that the combat feels more fun in 3, but I think just like sliding from enemy to enemy, understanding the combat, the actual flow, I would even compare it to the Arkham dance. I think Ninja Gaiden has its own dance, right? Because it's not complicated. Like, Ninja Gaiden legitimately is not a Souls game. And I don't see why Ninja Gaiden 2, and again, I know everybody's on a different difficulty, is at different levels. But Ninja Gaiden 2 Black, to me, on hard difficulty, and again, that's the stage before Master, I beat every boss the first time, damn near. Except 2. And there was the chick at the end, and then the demonic dude that you fight, that I fight for like the 3rd time in the lava area. Other than that, yes, Ninja Gaiden forces you to slow down and understand what's happening, but it's more so, the reason I said I made the post about it not being button mashy, and that's part of what makes Ninja Gaiden what it is. There's a flow to it, because between the block, you attacking and dodging, and the limb system, like being able to cut off limbs and it putting you in an animation that is literally saving you from either enemy damage or whatever else is happening. That's the understanding that the game is trying to give you. And it does take time to understand that. And that's why I say that the game isn't button mashy, because yeah, you can press X all day and do whatever else. And yeah, on a normal difficulty, easy difficulty, I can easily see that being possible. But once you get to hard and mentor, if you're not trying to understand what the game is telling you, you're going to have a rough time, 1000%. And that's kind of separate from, a little bit different from like a game like Elden Ring, because it gives you, and even if you want to use Dark Souls 3, which is more linear than the open world version, there are similarities, but you have so much more versatility to do other things, and your combos aren't, because you can't save yourself with certain other things like cutting off a limb of an enemy and getting caught in the animation. It's just different. But the other thing that I've jumped into after jumping into Ninja Gaiden 3, I ended up putting that down, and I probably will jumping back into that maybe closer to Ninja Gaiden 4's release, because that's supposed to come out this year apparently, which was another exciting thing that we got from that developer direct. Is I've been playing Final Fantasy 16. Got it run out Christmas. Got it for like, I got the complete version for like $30. Like, I mean, I couldn't knock that, right? The game did just recently come to PC. I'm probably about 4 hours in it right now. And I am extremely interested in what the game is trying to present. It's a pretty game. I think I like Clive as a character. He's kind of playing into the what's the best way that I could put it? He reminds me of fucking Jon Snow from Game of Thrones so bad. Like, he really does. Like, he has this nonchalant thing about him. Like, he's trying to play like this cool character, but I don't know if I feel like he's a cool character yet or not. There's also things that happen in the game. Again, I don't want to spoil it for anybody, because the game is a newer game. There's things that happen in the game that are like, I'm also trying to understand. Him younger too. He was trying to play. They were playing into a lot of different things as well. This unconfident, uncool kid trying to be cool, but also it's because he's essentially an outcast. So then you start getting kind of this different feel for him. You're like, oh, so he's kind of like, people are looking down on this dude. But so there's a reason why he feels like he has this role to play. Like he's trying to find his way. And I think that's cool again for a character basis, and the way they presented is really dope. So we'll see. Another saving element is Torgal as the dog. I know Paul doesn't like the side furry characters. I will say the doggo in this game, he's cute as fuck. He's cute as fuck. I ain't gonna front. And the big version of him is cool as hell. I think it's cool.
It's not every character, right? It's not every side animal character. It's specifically for me, it's Star Wars, right? Because they have to do it with every freaking Star Wars now, that they have to have either the droid or the furry creature, right? Again, there's no in between. There's no ever taking that out. So let's be real. There's plenty of cool animal side characters in games. Real quick, Steel, how far are you in this game? How many hours you got in?
What, in Final Fantasy 16?
Yeah.
I'm probably about 4 hours in.
Okay.
Over 4 hours.
Okay. I want to get your thoughts as you played more in this game. But again, from what you're seeing early on, is it, then again, I saw enough, but RPG wise, is this just more straight action game with just,
I think it's less action so far.
Less action.
I think it's worse. I think it's worse in the action department than Final Fantasy 15 was.
Wow.
Or it's taking longer to get there.
Because I saw people loving the action part, right?
I like the action.
People were
like
describing this Devil May Cry Final Fantasy for.
It's not that. It's not that.
Okay.
Nowhere even fucking
I'm
close.
Be curious. I want to hear you as you play more, and obviously you get into it and stuff, and see where you're at. But yeah, I just wanted to ask that early up front. Okay.
Right now, trying to make the comparison to Devil May Cry is so left field. It's not even remotely close. Like, I would have to legitimately ask people, did you really play Devil May Cry? I don't think so. Maybe if you were button mashing through Devil May Cry, maybe you can make that comparison.
Level up. I'm wondering if you level up though and you skill up. Well, yeah, I guess from that standpoint, that probably won't change, because that was the word on the street, was that you basically, if you wanted to, you could pretty much push one button and beat everything, right? So, like, that was the word, that was the knock on it. Then other people said, well, no, I mean, you can do combos if you want to.
Yeah. No, legitimately, when people said, this is one of the first games, actually, where I would have to admit that people were right. You can press one button in this game and literally get through all the content. And mainly because the action, quote unquote, difficulty that they give you, that shit ain't hard. There's nothing hard or difficult about it. Like, I would love to say that I felt somewhat challenged by this game. There's literally no challenge yet. Okay. That is one part of it that I would say is an extreme turnoff for me, especially earlier on, because I'm over 4 hours in and I've seen more cutscene than I've played the game. At least that's how I feel.
Which is normal.
Right? I mean, but again, I also understand this is Final Fantasy, right? And I know that there is buildup, and they like to, especially, this is not like it's all, oh, we're following in a character we followed before. No. So I also get that there's a buildup, and I really do appreciate the buildup as well. Like, I'm interested in what the game is giving me. I am hoping that there's a lot more combat to be had. But to answer your question directly, Pong, it is not RPG like at all. I don't even, I was trying to find if I can control what attributes that I level up. Maybe I'll be able to later on. Maybe I'll be able to in New Game Plus. But right now, you level up and it just levels up, gives you base level ups.
Yeah, and there's only a few slots for equipment, which was the thing too. There's like a couple different equipment slots. I hope this goes. I hope all the smoke is real, and I hope this drops into Game Pass. I hope we have a shadow drop at some point here for Final. I want to try it.
I think it needs Game Pass. I don't think it's worth $60.
graphically it looks great, and I want to try it.
Looks good.
I'm curious about it, but I do want to try it for myself. But I just wanted to get your initial thoughts because just to see where it's at. Because I'd seen a ton of people play it, I saw all the criticism, and I was like, okay. But you obviously being the action game guy and that kind of stuff, I just wanted to hear where you're at with it. So that's dope.
As far as like in the action game genre, this is probably definitely towards the bottom of the list as far as that goes. But
and I love the high fantasy setting. Again, the fact that that was my one thing where I was like
1,000. I think you would enjoy playing through it, Pong.
Right.
But you would also, because you're used to JRPGs and cutscenes and going through anime. Again, you came from the Metal Gear Solid days, right? So like having to put down your controller for a second. But there's legit times where it's like, damn, I felt like there could have been more gameplay in this. Sure. Getting me into the experience versus all these cutscenes that you're getting me in. But again, that's also the problem with Final Fantasy not having characters that you follow up on because you're constantly having to restart and introduce a story. And because they are treating this differently with how the gods and everything are handled as well, right? Making the gods more personal to person, which I also like, but it's also very Attack on Titan. It's like, it feels like, oh, they saw Attack on Titan, they saw the anime and were like, oh, let's I like that idea. Let's follow big Final Fantasy. Let's model our idea after this.
Right.
But we want to make it more movie-like. Like,
sure.
I would say that this would have too much of the PlayStation fragrance on it. As far as the modern, again, going from cutscene to gameplay, it's not jarring. But I think in the modern era of games, that's kind of where we're at anyway. But if it's true that the game doesn't have a form of difficulty in it until you get to New Game Plus, that's going to be very interesting. And I don't know if I would replay through the game again, unless there's a reason for me to get if there's going to give me more gear and stuff like that. In Final Fantasy, I believe in 15, even they do give you that option. If I'm not mistaken, I could be remembering that wrong, but thinking about going through this game all over again just to play it on hard when I should have had hard as a difficulty from the jump feels weird. And Ham, I 1000% agree with you. It does remind me of Asura's Wrath a lot with how because of the bigger enemies and the over-the-top combat and stuff and the way that they introduce things. I think Asura's Wrath is also, again, it's still a different style of game than Final Fantasy. But it is somewhat disappointing that there's not more gameplay that leads into it. Not only that, the gameplay also in the first 4 hours is extremely linear. It's like, oh, linear. Then after 4 hours, now there's a little bit of exploration. Now you can kind of go look, you can go over here, but you still can't go all the way over there. You know, you're cut off. But there is some items over here that you can get. And you don't, in items, just like you get next to the items and you automatically pick them up, right? So it's like they just float to you. So it feels false in a lot of ways. That feels weird, right? But again, I am 4 hours in. I am enjoying what I'm playing of it so far. It is one of those random, I wouldn't say random, it is one of those weird standouts. And because I do enjoy Final Fantasy for being fantasy, I am appreciating that of it because there is some dope ass fucking animations happening here between the cutscenes and going into the combat. Again, on a normal level, just like for a normie, I think anybody would fucking enjoy getting into this game. But if you are more gameplay focused, like I tend to be, it may be a turnoff for you because it's a lot of time I put my controller down. It is one of those. We'll fight a boss and then, I can put my controller down for the next 3 to 5 minutes. They're gonna talk. Okay, now it's gameplay time now. Oh, I get to run around for a bit now? Okay. I get to fight these enemies over here? Oh, but these enemies are pushovers? I can kind of press the same button. Now, I haven't been, right? Because I've been trying to find what the combat flow is, what I can mix, what I can't mix. You know, now I got Torgal, he can attack enemies, toss them up in the air. Like, there is some mix-ups to be had. But I'm debating whether I need to go download the mod to make the initial experience a little bit more difficult. Because right now, I can see that being a turnoff for me. Oh, this is just a pushover story game. And that's fine. That's just not what I was looking for. And that's not the direction I wanted Final Fantasy goes. And I don't like when games force you to have this. And again, if that's the experience you want people to have, great. But I thought Final Fantasy was about, Final Fantasy always had some difficulty to it, though. It wasn't a pushover. And I guess maybe that's the old head in me. Playing Final Fantasy 16 and seeing where it's at. Because I think 15 had difficulty options. Like, you could start off on hard. What I remember. And again, I could be remembering wrong, but like, Final Fantasy always had some difficulty to it. Not just in the main bosses. It wasn't always just the main bosses. It was, you know, as you progressed, it felt there was something about those moment-to-moment battles that you level up and your character, those stats go up and you get that new ability and you take it to the next battle and the way that it makes you feel. And then 4 hours in, I just don't know if I'm feeling that. I feel like I feel the best way that I can describe it, and I'll end it here. Best way that I can describe it is I feel like I'm having my hand held a lot. But again, that's just me. Sure. Crow says still wait for the boss fights, and maybe that would do. I just had my first boss fight with Garuda last night. I really like her. I really like her, the actor for that chick as well. Again, it's really well acted. The English is excellent. I love everything. Again, it is a very visually impressive game, and I do like the way that it feels. I just wish that there was more combat. Why in 4 hours have I felt like I've experienced more storytelling than gameplay? That's my only point. I don't recall that from Final Fantasy. Even in the boy band one that people did say they didn't like. So that's just kind of me. Lydian says you should play FF7 Crisis Core still. I think you would like that. That has difficult missions for sure. Yeah, maybe I'll play Crisis Core before I jump into like Remake or something like Rebirth, excuse me. Because I beat Remake, so Rebirth would be next up on the line. And I do want to play Rebirth. I really enjoyed what I played of Final Fantasy VII Remake. I thought it was super dope. I like what they did with the story. I like Cloud. Cloud is is my favorite Final Fantasy character, right? So I would like to jump into that. I'm gonna wait for more mods and stuff to come out. Right, and see where that goes. But yeah, man. Ham says I'm not a Final Fantasy fan, but it's my favorite one, although it feels hollow at times. Yeah, I can feel that. Crow says the Dragon Balls in FF16 was the highlight for me. Yeah, I just feel like it shouldn't have to be the bosses that are the highlight, because I could say Grand Blue Fantasy Relink has some good boss fights in there, and arguably, why does Grand Blue Fantasy Relink feel more Final Fantasy than Final Fantasy does? That's kind of what I'm speaking to. I would like to see a Final Fantasy version of Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Matter of fact, I need those same devs to give me a Final Fantasy game. I think that would be cool. If you just want to throw my random ideas out there. Anyway, Pong, if you want to shout out the chat real quick, we'll get into some of these upcoming games. I'll kind of just go through the list, show people what the layout's looking out for like that for now. And because again, I do want to kind of split those off and make them their own videos now. But yeah, shout out to the chat first, and we'll go from there.
We are back, folks. My God, nearly over an hour and a half of just straight game talk, bro. That's what we're about here. Love you all for joining us this Saturday after we've been off, man. Appreciate you so much. Great to see all the familiar faces. Let's shout out this chat because without you guys, we are nothing and nothing but love and respect to every single one of you. The Stanley Francois is in the house. What's going on, Stanley? Great to see you, brother. Lydian Masters in here. What's going on, Lydian? Always great to see you a part of the show. We got the Tim, the Sorcerer, of course, joining us. What's going on, Tim, the Sorcerer? We got the Gene in the house. Yep, we got MG. What is going on, brother? Great to see you. We got the one and only Dakato here. What's going on, Dakato? Hoping you're having a good day at work, brother. I know you're always working on Saturdays, so hope we're passing your time. We got the one and only Nam. Oh, boy. What's going on, Nam? We've got the Oats in the house. What's going on, Oats? Appreciate you. Yeah, LOL, hour plus in time to do the intros. Yeah, man, our intros, because our intros are talking about game playing, man. That's what we do here. You know how we roll, Oats. Appreciate you being here, brother. We got the Ghost Wolf 3599. What is going on, Ghost Wolf? He says that's what makes this the best podcast, man. Ghost, appreciate y'all, man. Again, thank you so much for the kind words. Fahim Scott's in there. What's going on, Fahim? Always great to see you dropping by, brother. Of course, TSWS Gaming, otherwise known as Ham Solo, is in the house. What's going on, Ham? Always good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here and joining the show today. We got the Go Po in the house. What's going on, Go? Thank you, brother. We got the Nixie, one of the OGs in the house. What's going on, Nixie? Thank you for being here, brother. We got the Sly Crow in here. What's going on, Sly? Great to see you, sir, as always. Who else we got in here? Parasite 82 Green. What is going on, Parasite? Thank you for joining the show and being a part of it. We got the Ron Slusher. What's going on, Ron? Ron's always hoping that Concord comes back in some way, shape, or form. What's going on, Ron? Great to have you, brother. We got the Rockstar Randy in the house. What's going on, Rockstar? He said Alan Wake 2 free trial is active for Xbox. Yeah, that's right. It is the free-to-play days. Alan Wake 2 is a part of the free-to-play days this week. I did see that. So if you've been chopping at the bit to try out Alan Wake 2 and try to see if it's for you, go check that out, obviously. We got the MF Great in the house. What's going on, MF Great? Thank you for being here, brother. Appreciate you so much. Who else we got in here? The legendary Yobi, of course, is in here. What's going on, legendary? Great to see you, sir. Yeah, legendary. You did send us both the remastered trilogies, man. Shout out to you. That was a long ass time ago. That was years ago for Ninja Gaiden. So thank you for brother for joining us today. Who else we got in here? I'm scrolling up, see how far back I can get in here. You guys chopping it up on a Saturday morning as always. Oh, I see the Sanchez MTZ Gaming. What is going on, Sanchez? He says the dragon can burn your surroundings if you're taking cover and you have to move. Yeah, Sanchez talking about Eternal Strands. Yeah, man. Again, I do like the moment-to-moment action in that game, and the enemies do have diverse set of moves, man. So yeah, that is a part of it. And watching out for the environmental shit, I do like that a lot. So another enjoyer of Eternal Strands. Sin is in the house. What's going on, Sin? He says, howdy, folks and fellow graybeards. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Longer mine grows, the more it shows. What is going on, graybeard? Pause, I guess, on that one, too. That sounded really weird. But anyways, yeah, I was talking about my beard. King Styles. What is going on, King Styles? Great to see you in here, sir. Thank you for joining the show. Fastback 6768. Brother, what is going on? Que pasa, live in split screeners. Que pasa to you, sir. And then, of course, the famous Hazador Gaming dropped on by. I don't know if you're still in here, Haz. Like you said, you are everywhere, sir. But again, if you are, appreciate you so much for all the work you do, breaking the news, breaking down, just stories and giving us good synopsis. Again, much appreciated to you, Haz, for all that you do on the X, buddy. It means a lot. God Emperor Sofa King is in the house. What is going on, God Emperor? Thank you for joining the show. Who else we got? Scroll.
And for him, I'm not saying Grand Blue Fantasy is the same. It's nowhere close to the same. I'm saying I would like that style of game. Give me some characters I can fly through. It's fantasy.
Right. Black Card Day. What is going on, Black Card Day? How did you get that you thought that was the same style? It's not even close to the same style. Black Card Day, thank you for joining us. Appreciate you so much. Man, Wizzy Tekken dropped out by Wizzy. Great to see you, brother, jumping in here. Live Supremacy was early in here as well. Thank you, Live Supremacy, for being a part of the show. Let's see if I missed anybody that jumped in at the bottom. Bunch of lurkers. Yo, the more. And he says gaming. He must be just gaming. Joe, that's what it's about, brother. Thank you for having us on in the background while you're gaming, brother. So much, man. Thanks for jumping in here and saying hi. Listen, if you are lurking and I didn't shout out your name, if you jumped in, jumped out, whatever the case may be, if you're listening to us in the future and it is the year 2030 and you want to go see how Steele and I got our start and you're just watching us all the way back throughout history, appreciate you. Again, nothing but love and respect. Without you guys, there is no show. It is just me and Steele in an Xbox Live party or a Discord party. Just bullshit, man. So thank you all for being a part of this. Love you so much for being back with us after we did have to take a week off. But this is a great start to the Saturday morning, talking gaming with my brother from another. So, Steele.
Real quick, let me get Sith Lord member for 6 months to the Splitters.
I saw you jump in here early. I totally forgot, Sith. I couldn't go scroll back that far. Thanks, Steele, for catching that one. Sith Lord, again, shouting out shows during the week. Appreciate you so much, Sith, for including us in it. We are honored and humbled to be a part of that list, sir. So thank you,
Much
Sith,
love.
if you're still in here, brother. All love.
And then I also had legendary Yobi member for 15 months to the Hordivore tier. He drops more Hordivores in the chat. Then we also had Yobi coming through with the 5 bones. He says, hashtag peace, love, life. That's really smart on the business vibe still. I'm starting my process of copyrighting my name and my slogan as a LLC as well. Yeah, man. Again, it's just more so a protective kind of thing. I mean, again, I like to have the right, and I want to be able to be Steel Rain T as a 7 everywhere. I like the S7 as a logo thing. I'm gonna start. It needs to be a brand, so that's what I kind of want to work on. So, kind of get my Superman thing kind of going on. You know what I mean? Had an S on the chest, but yeah, man. Appreciate y'all coming through, especially coming through on a off week. You know, when we missed last Saturday, but again, you know, real life is always a thing going on in the background, and every Saturday we're able to be here with you guys. I think that's the most important thing. Dizzy Delta says all Final Fantasy start slow with heavy story. Yeah, but I just don't recall them taking 4 hours to start, you know, for you to really get into what the combat is like. And also back in the day, Final Fantasy hasn't been the most consistent. And to be fair, after 9, my next one was 15 and now 16. So I didn't play the other turn. I didn't play 10, 2, 13. I didn't play any of those. So 11, 12, I didn't play any of those. So, hey, that's just kind of where I'm coming from. But let's get into these upcoming games. And again, I am hoping for Final Fantasy to get better on the story stand front. But first, on these upcoming games, this one is already released. This came out 2 days ago on January 30th, but it is Spider-Man 2 releasing on PC. Ooh, those sweet mods are getting Spider-Man 2 together. Apparently, it's hasn't released in the best quality possible.
Yeah. People are saying first Mr. Nixus, right? So not
yeah, I mean, again, coming off the heels of Spider-Man 2 as well on PlayStation 5 that also had some issues. Seeing this one released on PC, it's not surprising that it's having issues, but it is concerning. Because again, we didn't get the specs for the game until the day before release. That was also very strange. Again, typically that information gets put out months in advance, maybe a couple weeks in advance, something to that nature. It was very last minute. That was felt really concerning. I'm as excited as I was about the original Spider-Man when it released on PS4. Again, it just so happened to be able to play that day one when that released. This one, I'm probably going to wait for some additional mods and whatnot to be released. There's also a co-op mod, again, like I spoke to. They were also waiting for this game to release to possibly just transfer that on over into this one. So maybe I wait and I get a playthrough in with me and my brother swinging through the city as Spider-Man, me being Peter, him being Miles, and we get a co-op story game play through. And I think that'll be really dope. Bring that to live a split screen. Or maybe I just jump into it later. Right now, I don't have it in my wheelhouse because, again, I'm playing Final Fantasy 16 right now. To throw another game that I would give my attention to, on my plate would not be smart. And I don't know if I'm going to end up getting to Avowed right now either. So that's the other concern, because if I'm playing Final Fantasy 16, Avowed is going to take time to play. And work is still a thing going on in the background. Time is still moving, ladies and gentlemen.
Got their person, though, Steel. Got their person.
It's true. Avowed does have third person, and it is a big reason I would jump in for sure. But Monster Hunter is that very next week. Avowed is a game I'm going to have to put some time into. Am I going to beat Avowed before Monster Hunter releases? I don't know, but we'll see. But shout out to Spider-Man 2 for everybody that is interested in that. We also had Sniper Elite Resistance that just came out 2 days ago as well. I like the way that they're like telling me these games that have already released. We're not really worried about those games that have already released. We're worried about games that are upcoming this next week, and that's going to start off with Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Apparently the video is age restricted and won't let me play it on screen, but Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is a thrilling action RPG set amid the chaos of a civil war in the 15th century Bohemia. You are Henry of Skalitz, if you haven't played the first game. I haven't. An ordinary man doing extraordinary things, caught in a gripping tale of revenge, betrayal, and discovery as he embarks on an epic journey from a humble blacksmith's forge to the court of kings, as he searches for purpose in this beautiful but brutal medieval world. So Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, that is releasing. It is not a game that is coming into Game Pass, if I'm not mistaken. It is what is it? No. Is this a $50 game?
No, it's full price.
Is it full price? $70?
Yep.
$70 game. So again, if you're a Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 1 fan, maybe this would be one for you to jump into. Maybe if you want to get some of those Skyrim vibes, I heard people speaking to that. Apparently, Kingdom Come Deliverance hits those pretty hard as well. And it has some pretty good story elements. So if you're into that.
An RPG sim. So it is a survival sim RPG, for sure.
Okay, no fire.
Joke. Yeah, no joke, bro. Wait, everything counts. Again, as I was talking about last night, you think being over encumbered in a Bethesda game is bad? Become over encumbered in this game. It will literally take you hours to walk anywhere. And you don't want to drop shit if you're like me. So I've done it. Spent an hour walking probably about a mile. So it is one of those things, man. But yeah, no, this is a blast. This is an absolute I'm sure from everything I've seen, Warhorse has taken it up a full notch. This is a big game. Expect to spend, if you want to beat it, 80, 90, 100 hours plus in the game, depending on what you're going to do. There is so much to discover. Decisions, consequences, side content, whatever. This is your game if you love that style of Western RPG. It really is. So, yeah. Get it.
I see some people in the chat asking, wait, Spider-Man 2 has split-screen co-op? No, not split-screen co-op. It is a co-op mod that is being worked on currently by a modder that is going to be implemented, that's going to allow for 16-player co-op. He was also he was doing it with Spider-Man 1. So again, but he was planning on carrying that into Spider-Man 2. And because he's in the middle of it, he may just swap over to 2 and just do everything on 2. I don't think there's going to be any PvP, Takato. I think it's just to be able to open up. It's peer-to-peer, right? So everybody's going to be connected to a host like you kind of did back in the day. And he's supposed to be also dropping in missions, adjusting things, and making it doable for like if you want to do it in co-op, as an example, go from there. Again, it's a modder doing it. There's nobody official, so keep in mind. It's just dope the fact that they're even doing it in the first place. It shows me that it can be done. All right. Next up on that list, you got Ambulance Life that's coming out this week. If you're into that, you have Rift of the Necromancer. Looks like it's a brawler there that's releasing on PC. You got Momodora that is releasing right here. Momodora Moonlit Farewell. That's releasing on everything, Switch, Series X, and PlayStation 5. We got Big Helmet Heroes that's releasing this week. Literally, the name says it. Looks like another one that's also releasing everywhere, but no, it's releasing on Xbox as well. It's a cinematic 3D beat 'em up adventure that combines stunning visuals, movie quality animations, and exhilarating action. Join adorable knights on a quest across fantastical realms. Play with a friend in 2-player co-op mode, or to rescue the princess and uncover even greater challenges ahead. So there goes Big Helmet Heroes if you want to be a big head knight saving a princess and whatnot. Let me see if I can skip to a little bit of gameplay here. Looks like it might be a little bit of that Castle Crasher action, side scroller. It also reminds me of some of what Towerborn is supposed to be doing, right? That's another one that's out there. So
yeah,
if you're into that, there's another game on that list that's seems like a good co-op game to play. Big Helmet Heroes. Street Fighter 6 is releasing Mai. So shout out to Street Fighter 6. You got Rogue Waters releasing on everything this week.
Yeah, Rogue Waters looking dope too, by the way. Turn-based.
Rogue Waters
tactical.
looking dope? Okay.
Yeah, turn-based tactical RPG. Pirates, of course. So,
And it's supposed to be a roguelite, so it's a roguelite set in a pirate world overtaken by a terrible curse. Gather your ragtag crew of rogues and grow them into fierce pirates.
let's go.
Yeah, get some ship battles, get some tactical action going on. There you go.
Yep.
Sounds like a good time. You got Under Defeat that's coming out this week as well. Looks like an anime-esque game. It's originally released in 2005 by G-Rev. It's a high-energy arcade shooter where players control a heavily armed helicopter in a war-torn alternate history. It's like Galaga, those shmups back in the day, kind of those style of games.
Oops.
There you go. Get some of that arcade action in.
I think
got
he said
Blood.
I think he said fantastical, not tastical. He did go with the testicle, but that's
Oh, did I go with the testes? Get the testes out there. Ooh. No. Then you also had Blood Bar Tycoon
nice. Blood Bar Tycoon.
coming out.
It's a vampire
Blood Bar Tycoon. Yeah, it's a blood.
Okay.
Cyberpunk. Vampire action.
With a bar. Let's go.
Then we got WoW Waiting coming out this week on Switch and PC. This is an innovative title that's inviting players into a transformative journey through the art of patience, blending humor with the profound life insights. Encounter a diverse range of waiting scenarios spanning from birth to death, providing a comprehensive exploration of life's waiting moments. Okay. You're going to be playing a game that's based on waiting. Interesting. So there's that.
That was fantastic. Let's go.
Then you got another game called Keep Driving that's releasing on PC. It's a long, slow summer that's lying ahead. Hearing about a festival on the other side of the country, you fire up your engine, plot a course on your map, and hit the road. How, if you get there at all, is up to you. Keep Driving is a management RPG about slowly making your way through a procedurally generated pixel art open world. Pick up hitchhikers with their own personalities and stories. And it's got upgrades too. This game looks like it could be an interesting like streamer game.
What?
I can see this being an interesting streamer game.
You can pick up hitchhikers?
You can pick up hitchhikers. They got stories. Fix your car. You got storage. They're traveling. It's procedurally generated.
European lands, huh? It looks like they got sheep.
Yeah, they got. You can put flames on the whip. You get pulled over.
Hey.
You get a whole squad on you.
Whole story. You got inventory and everything. Interesting.
Different cars.
Yeah, upgrade.
Maybe they got some Ferraris in there.
I get pulled over. Jesus. Okay.
You can move through the city. Oh, okay.
You get caught.
Old school style.
Huh. Interesting concept. I have to put that on the wish list at some point.
This is definitely a Pong game right here. Keep Driving.
Yeah, Keep Driving. Yeah.
Shout out to Keep Driving.
Put that on the wish list.
All right. What else we got on here? Got Icy Red digging.
Oh, there is a demo output too, by the way. So on Steam.
Oh, for real? Hey, there you go. Icy Red is releasing on Switch this week. A game about digging a hole, releasing on PC.
Great.
We
got
got
PC,
another.
all these PC exclusives still. As I was talking
All
about
these
last
PC
time, man,
exclusives.
these PC exclusives, man. Only there can you find games about digging holes. Go.
Hey, a game about digging a hole.
Yeah.
We got Moons of Darsalon coming to everything. Got Valkyrie Squad, Siege Breakers. Yes, that is also supposed to be coming out. It's an exhilarating top-down shooter survival game. The mission is to break through the enemy's fortified defenses and face extreme survival conditions. You will lead this brave squad, utilizing each member's unique skills and defeat powerful enemies. There you go,
Yeah,
Valkyrie Squad.
This was one of my demos that I played that I talked about.
Really?
Yeah, I talked about it here. During
Oh, I do remember that.
Steam,
Okay.
Steam demo week. This is the one where you create a team. It's got the waifus, of course.
Gotcha.
And fan service, but it's actually a really decent top-down Vampire Survivors like shooter. Yeah, it is. It's cool. Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I can see some people getting into this.
Yeah.
Check the Valkyrie Squad.
Yep.
Then we had Luck Be a Landlord releasing on everything. Then we got Hidden Pass that's coming to PC. We got Splinter's Fate with Casey Jones coming in on February 5th. The Genome Guardian releasing on the Switch. Shugaro, whoever that is. And that's all that's supposed to be releasing this week, ladies and gentlemen. So
Okay.
I would say that the highlights for me are probably going to be Keep Driving this week. Valkyrie Squad, we'll throw that on there.
Is
Rogue
Casey
Waters
Jones
for
DLC?
Pwn.
Is that KLC?
Yes.
Or
Yes.
KLC. Casey Jones DLC.
Yes, that's DLC for the turtle game.
Cool.
Big Helmet Heroes.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's going to be my standouts for this upcoming week.
Or
Kingdom
you
Come
just got a
Deliverance.
lot to play already. Or you just got a lot to play already. And everybody
Yeah,
don't
that's the other thing too. Yeah, that is the other thing too. A whole lot to play, not a whole lot of time. Home, where do we go first, man? Where do we go first? Do we talk about how dead Xbox is again? Is that the first place that we go?
Talking about it so many times, I just go into full auto mode at this point. So yeah.
Line it up, man. Line it up for us, man. What happened this week with good old Xbox? We had some what was it? Was it Forza? Was announced to be releasing in spring on PlayStation 5?
That is correct. PlayStation 5 only, not PlayStation 4. We talked about that last night too a little bit. But yeah, Forza Horizon 5 was announced on top of obviously the everybody's favorite, the money numbers came out. The financials came out, so everybody goes into banker mode again. Not to say that we've never gone into banker mode, but everybody still likes to do it, even though everybody knows the reality. Like it's well known that you're going to continue to see console drop for the Xbox, but everybody acts like it's a big deal at this point. Again, it's not. There was some pluses. Revenue was up, especially in subscription services. Game Pass is up. Satya pointed out that Game Pass on PC was doing really well, that they had seen a nice increase there. So positives and the negatives, and something we knew. But yeah, Forza Horizon 5 obviously being announced, again, should not be a shock, but there's certainly a whole group of people who like to chase the attention and act outraged at this point, throw up fake pictures of breaking their Xboxes and stuff. That all happened.
AI generated.
AI generated, some of them reusing old pictures from previous posts from other people. Like we get the whole circus here, and it shows up every time Xbox makes one of these announcements. But this is, again, should be a regular occurrence now. This is again, I think this is something we're going to hear about, especially after Switch 2 announcement. We're probably going to hear about more games going to Switch 2 on top of it. But Starfield should be next. We're hearing Halo Infinite now, smoke. We've already heard that the Master Chief Collection, that Gears, all that kind of shit is coming. Again, of course it is. Again, there's no more red lines, as Phil has told everybody. As we've been telling everybody, this is the move forward. They're not going to stop. They're not going to reverse course.
Right.
This is how you make the shareholders happy. So this is Microsoft. This is the big, giant, nearly $3 trillion corporation at work. This is what's going to happen. So people can say, we got to take everything that Phil says with a grain of salt. So consoles and hardware in the future is a grain of salt, even though they've quadrupled down on it. Again, like I said, at least one more generation. We will see hardware from Xbox. There is no doubt about that. We'll see a handheld. We'll see a standalone box. In my mind, there's no doubt about that. I don't care what anybody says. I think they're going to try to do something different, as we've talked about. But yeah, the death of Xbox is here. Now, people throw that out in a very dramatic fashion still. I think we all, can sit back and pull ourselves away from the clown show and kind of look at it and go, what people are saying is that they're done in the hardware section, which again, I don't agree with. And that's what people mean. People don't mean Xbox is literally going to close up shop at this point. And anybody who wants to go back and forth, you're just giving energy to nonsense at that point. Because we all know, even if they decided not to do hardware, the world's now confirmed still from the latest numbers, biggest publisher that was announced. So they are the world's biggest publisher in terms of dollars.
Yep.
Right. So they're not going anywhere. Xbox, Microsoft is not going to fold up the publishing side, no matter what happens to the hardware side. But I think most people understand, if you sit back and you're not all wrapped up in your feelings, that when people say Xbox is dead, they just mean the hardware. That they don't believe they're going to be in the hardware space anymore, and that they're going to go full Sega. And again, I don't believe that. I think you got one more generation at least of hardware for them, and I think they could actually make it compelling. We've had this discussion still, compelling piece of hardware that actually does entice some people to jump in. I think their handheld could entice some people to jump in. So I don't think it's over with for Xbox. I don't think it's a wrap. I don't think it's as easy to say that. I think that there could become a point where their hardware is actually in a very healthy spot, and it continues to put up numbers to the point that they can't ignore that that is one of the entry points for the ecosystem. And I just don't think that changes. So again, I could be completely wrong. It's just my opinion, but I throw it out there. I've been throwing it out there ever since, through all the changes, that I think Xbox stays in the hardware sector for the time being. So, yeah.
Let me ask this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I do want to dive deeper into it, but yeah, I want to also dive deep into, because you brought up a good thing about, hardware being dead and then continuing the hardware and the concern for the hardware and everything. And I think the concern for hardware is one of the most concerning thing for people. But I've been trying to really hammer down on what people truly feel is the issue with this, right? And I think that the conclusion that I've come to, at least, and chat, correct me if I'm wrong, Pong, you correct me if I'm wrong, because I mean, again, you've spoken to it as well, is I think the biggest thing people are saying is like losing your library, as an example, right? Because again, games going to other platforms doesn't necessarily change anything outside of, and this is the argument that people will make, well, if Xbox sends their games to other publishers, then third party is not going to want to support their hardware. And if we were 10 years ago, or in a previous generation, then I would 100% agree with you. That if Xbox were to continue to go down the direction that they're going, that there would be people out there that say, hey, there's not enough people buying an Xbox device. There's not necessarily a reason for us to develop for this game or deport to that hardware. I personally do not believe that is the direction that we're going. And if that is what people's worry is, that you feel as though because of this direction, your worry for hardware is that third party or other people are not going to want to support Xbox moving forward because it's going to be ABC reason for why, or people didn't buy enough of the hardware, so there's no point to make a game for quote unquote Xbox. Do you know what Xbox is? It's a gaming platform, sure. But it is also, underneath it all, a Windows machine. And games are made for Windows currently, right? And I understand that tradition would put it that, hey, you have to port your games here, you got to do this, games are being made differently. And even today, there's an argument to be had that, hey, some games are being made differently, but where are games made? On a PC, the majority. And most of the time, the dev kits are essentially PCs that are scaled to whatever the hardware is going to be in whatever console that's released. But we are moving further and further into the future where PC gaming is becoming more prevalent than ever before. Matter of fact, PC saw a 30% growth in its ecosystem this year over console. 30% over console. PlayStation is releasing games on PC sooner than ever before. Majority of console games come to PC. Gaming has only become more costly over the years, right? We hear the devs always complain about, or more so the studios, the publishers complain about how expensive it is to create games. All the players want all these different things, and if you want all these things, it's going to cost so much, and it takes all this time, although we're getting games that are broken day one and they say can be fixed later, which isn't okay either for the amount of money that we pay for said software. But it sounds like to me the only way to fix things would be to continue to work towards everything being more PC-like. Meaning, you know what happens right now with games on PC? Depending on your hardware, it scales up or scales down, depending to the options they allow you or the options that they give you in the settings. What if, and this is the problem, what if Xbox is able to deliver a piece of hardware that has a user-friendly UI experience that does not make you feel like you own a PC, like you're using Windows, but literally make it so that the devs that are already creating games for PC, it's not you're making a different version of the game for Xbox. You're making a game for PC, so it's automatically going to be available on Xbox. Point blank, period. And I think that is, and that's why I have so much faith in the vision that they're moving into, because I can see it. Windows is still the most used operating system across the board. Unless we all just all of a sudden swap to Linux, or every Apple all of a sudden makes the best play in the world and they come up with a solution, the most used is Windows. If Microsoft, the company that owns Windows, is able to figure out a way to make it user-friendly, they have just answered the question that Bill Gates asked themselves back in the day. How do we put ourselves in the living room? How do we put Microsoft in the living room? And Fahim, what I mean by a PC that doesn't feel like a PC, when you play your Xbox, do you feel like that's a Windows machine? No. You feel like it's an Xbox. So if I give you a device, a PC that acts like an Xbox, you have dev mode right now that you can enter in on your Series X. What if instead of dev mode, I give you PC mode? Or desktop mode. And I allow you access to Steam, to Epic, to whatever platform that you can get to. And the only reason why I feel like this direction is the answer to Microsoft's current problem and is the Trojan horse that people seem to miss. And I don't care if you like that terminology or not. That's the way that I'm looking at it. I'm being creative in my vision of what could possibly happen because nobody else knows. I'm just looking at what's out there right now. The only way that things can get cheaper is if we start streamlining some shit. Us devs creating games on PC and then having to port or create a version for PlayStation, create a version for this, create a version for that, and not just making one version that can be scaled up and down. Wasn't that the thing that people always said before? Oh, well, it's always better to work on one console because the devs can just focus on that one box. I would love for the devs to be able to focus on one box, but we're not in that type of industry anymore. The type of money that is being spent, the type of money that is flowing through the gaming industry right now, that is not where we're at. We are more in a time where games have to prove themselves, have to show and tell than ever before. And your hardware needs to be where you innovate at. And Phil spoke to that. But what I was speaking to, Pong, is isn't the obvious strategy, and again, I know things aren't always the most obvious to corporate, but are you on track with me as far as why I see as that being the vision and why that can be believable and why I don't think third party is going to be an issue or publishers not wanting to develop for Xbox because of ABC hardware reasons, because they are going to be able to create a one version that can be scaled up or down depending on the type of hardware that is out there, allowing even more accessibility than ever. I know sounds like a pipe dream, but to me, it seems like it's the only path forward unless somebody decides to innovate so much to a point. I don't know. Is Sony going to create a way to make games even easier within the next 10 years?
Well, yeah. I mean, they've done a great job with their tool set. That's why.
And they've done well, but even that,
have had an easier transition between PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. I think you're just looking at three companies that are doing that see the industry not completely in three different ways, but for themselves, they believe that they've all are making the right moves. And obviously we've seen Sony have some trips this generation with their games as a service initiative, et cetera. So it's not always going to be perfect. And we've seen Xbox have their trip ups as well. Obviously they've completely shifted their strategy mid-gen compared to what they told us they were doing in the beginning of the gen. Right. And then we see Nintendo just chugging along, doing exactly what Nintendo's been doing now for a couple gens, and actually longer than that if you really want to look at it. But I'm just saying, like, as far as the handheld market and what they did with the Switch, they're just going to continue with that. And their exclusivity is their winning ways, right? That exclusivity is not going away in totality in this gaming industry because Switch is going to continue to be a thing. Nintendo is still a thing, and they're not going to change that. I don't believe that in any way, shape, or form, unless something dramatic happens to their financials and that they need to make more money. I don't see Nintendo switching up how they do things because it's a proven winning strategy for how they've set up their entire business model. And that's fine. Again, these things can all coexist. PlayStation, as I've said all along, I believe can have something of a middle ground between Xbox and what Switch is doing. But when it comes to Xbox, they've cast their die. And again, all this is Microsoft Corp. All this is the money. All this is the shareholders. This is what you get. Again, big business, big money.
I mean, again, like they've said, this has accelerated a lot of things. And I do agree with y'all on that point for sure.
It's accelerated a lot, but like we said last night, I still think had they hit the mark out the gate, had the pandemic not happened, had the Game Pass numbers hit those internal goals that we have court documents verifying still, I still think they'd be in the console race. I still think that consoles would be a priority. I still think there would be exclusivity. I don't think they would be going this route, right? They would be more in line with what I've been saying. Yes, ABK titles, a lot of them would be still going third-party. Call of Duty, they would never have pulled, etc. But do I think had this generation gone differently and their internal goals were being hit, Game Pass was exploding 50 million, 60 million plus, added to 100 million as we saw their internal goals, do I think they would have done this? Dramatic shift 180? No, I don't. I think we would have seen a much more traditional style because they would have seen, oh, we can have it all. We can have the console space. We can fight in the console space. We can gain some market share back. We can gain some mind share back in the console space against PlayStation. And we can still go do all this other stuff. Our Game Pass numbers are exploding PC, on console, everywhere. Like, we're doing great. They would have never shifted this direction, but that didn't happen. So they've cast their die. The shareholders, the money men, everybody else that we've talked about, put up the stink because that's what they do. And they listen. So they're going in a new direction. So they've cast their die. They believe their crystal ball is right, that they can do this. And I can't disagree with them. Now, could it be completely wrong? Yeah, absolutely. Of course it could be. But to steal to your points, right? This is what we've been talking about. Yeah, I think that's the direction they're going with this machine. I think the direction that they're going, that's why they're pushing right now. The new push is, it's not anything new, but the push is highlighting the fact that you can play anywhere, right? And having the dual entitlement, right? Capability on more and more games, third party, right? And that's the push because eventually that they want the ecosystem to be as close as possible to where you buy one copy and you can play it across any device that you own. They talked in the past too, Steel, about offering devs more enticement to put more games into their ecosystem by lowering the fees that they take, right? They talked about that. That was a strategy that they seemed on board with. Now, whether or not that's been shelved or that's changed internally because of the money stuff, who knows? But they could do that once they get all of this other back-end stuff figured out, once they get this implemented, once next generation comes in to focus and what their next generation hardware is going to be able to do. If it is going to be this hybrid, if it is going to blur the lines between PC and console to a point where you really can't tell, like you said, Steel, whether it's, you don't necessarily boot into a dev mode, but you just have alternate modes for Windows versus an Xbox UI, whatever they're going to do here. They talked a lot about it, a lot of different things. Once that comes into clear vision, then maybe they start really implementing some of the big stuff for the devs to entice them to put more games into the Windows store, the Xbox store. Maybe they start doing that to the point where the third party can't pass it up because, like you said, Steel, it's not a big deal to develop. It's basically one version across everything. So it's not a big deal anymore, right? And then the only differentiating hardware you have out there is potentially the PlayStation 6, which might be more traditional. But again, we already know it's still x86. It's still close, but they have their own little tweaks. We know that. Again, we've seen it. And then the Switch, which is completely different hardware. But at that point, the cost to port, the cost to put it somewhere isn't that big a deal. And it gets less and less as we go forward in the future to the point where, third parties just go, well, it's a no-brainer. We're just going to throw it there no matter what. Xbox, whatever they're going to call it, double X, we'll just say double X for the next gen right now. It's got a 20 million install base, right? So even less than, what now? But it still makes just sense to put it on there because it's running the same version of the PC.
20 million install base with 100 million plus monthly active users.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm getting at is that becomes then at that point, well, it's just a version. It just goes up on the store. It's available because it just works. And I think that's ultimately what Xbox is trying to do here. And they're going to have their branded hardware. This is why I say they're not going to get out of the system as far as hardware goes, because they're, as much as people want to say they are diluting their brand, and I understand that. I've said the same thing. I agree. To an extent, you dilute your brand. However, Xbox is still a known brand. And if they offer hardware, there is going to be a group of people, especially if that hardware is compelling and does do some things differently than any other piece of hardware out there, people will buy it. And then if they expand that to offering it to third-party manufacturers to create their own version of the Xbox hardware and give people more options, so be it. But the Xbox brand is still going to carry weight. Okay, there is still going to be something about owning an Xbox to a large enough group of people that it's going to make sense for Xbox to make it. It is going to be, again, in my own opinion, an enthusiast style box, but I think it has the chance to become the companion piece to your living room, even if you own a PlayStation or even if you own a Switch or even if you have a PC. If they can get the ease of use down, there's still going to be a compelling argument to either own the
That's the
handheld, the
trick.
docket, or the box, just because you want that, again, that sensibility, that streamlined version of that experience in one box. And I think that that is something that Xbox can still pull off. I'm never going to sit here and try to say that they are going to somehow dominate the hardware department, but could they do something that makes people go out and buy it for the first time and say, hey, console war is over, whatever, but man, this box just gives me ease of access. Yeah, it's in between a PC and a console, but it blurs the line so much, man. I just want that kind of experience on my TV, and I'll have access to all these stores, and I'll have access to all these games I already own everywhere outside of my PlayStation or outside of my Nintendo Switch. Then yeah, this makes total sense. Let me go get this thing. Right? With dual entitlement, who cares? Right? I could play the games on PC if I choose to play it on my PC, or I can play it on this box for easy use. I think they can do that still. And I don't think it's wrong. You know, their vision is to be everywhere. Could they eventually, after next gen or mid-gen next gen, if things really don't go, if they don't make a compelling piece, could they eventually close the hardware division? Sure. We've seen Microsoft do this. Again, I'm not blind. I'm not stupid. Again, they bought Nokia, and what, a year and a half later, closed down a fucking huge ass. How much did they spend on Nokia? I can't even remember. They closed down their cell phone business.
Gaming
right?
is
Just
different,
like
though, man.
Gaming is different, but I'm
space.
just saying, it would not shock me or surprise me if they did that. Now, the people who are scared, Steel, there is, especially the people who are physical media owners. They have a legitimate fear.
Oh. Physical media owners, y'all need to.
But Steel, you can't do that because people have a right, because it's still offered, and it is.
No, I get that. I get that.
So for them, they can be. I understand you're probably going to say you got to give it up, and it's time to start.
Well, I'm not. But you have to start adapting, because it's just like VHSs, because we don't have VHSs no more. They're not in active circulation. It's not like they're in active circulation.
But you know, you could be upset.
You can play them still, right?
Steel, but you could be upset at this time and point from the hardware side because the other two players aren't doing it. They're not giving it up. Right.
I mean, but Sony's trying to give up the CD, is giving up the CD side of things too, though.
Yeah, but they're offering it. They're still offering the disc drive, right?
Right now, yeah.
And they still have pretty good physical sales in other parts of the world as well. It is diminishing, but
real life might hold all that up real quick right now. What's happening behind the scenes?
That is having Xbox be the early adopter to an Xbox only fan who's gone physical, that we're not seeing that from the other two to that degree yet, can be upsetting still, because you chose.
No, I understand. No, I get it.
So
I get
it. Saying, I hate to lose sight that there is legitimate arguments and upsetness, frustration with Xbox's choice to do it. Again, they sold us on a vision that changed mid-gen. Okay, 1000%. Is it their right to do so as a company? Of course. Again, I bought my Dreamcast. Sega exited the Dreamcast, pissed the hardware side extremely fast, and abandoned the Dreamcast. Okay, they can do that. However, it's not the promise that was sold. It's, again, this is mixed messaging, has been very confusing and frustrating to people, no matter how many times we can sit here and say, hey, you guys got to wake up. This is like happening. Listen, if you're listening to the top brass, you listen to Phil, you listen to others that have been out in the community, very close to the community for years and years and years. And we've talked about that double-edged sword, but you've been listening to them. You were sold a different brand, bro. You really were. And if you bought in hook, line, and sinker as a consumer, again, we could sit here and say you probably shouldn't do that, but people do that on all sorts of different products, right? Across the board. You got to understand the frustration at this point that Xbox might not be holding to that, or they're not holding to that. I got to say that. And that there is a slight risk. I get it. I don't believe it's happening until at least another whole generation, but there is a slight risk that they could wake up tomorrow morning and say, yeah, you know what? Hardware just ain't going to make it, bro. We're just going full third party publisher. And the physical side, like I said, the physical people for sure are going to have issues, because they're not going to have future hardware that's going to bring their games forward. So they're going to have to keep the old hardware. As I've said in the past, what does reassure me a little bit more about our digital library, Steel, is the fact of what Xbox is trying to do and get everything to work everywhere almost assures me that even if they cut out the hardware side of things, all my digital games on Xbox, because
You're
again,
still gonna have access.
you're gonna have access on a bunch of different devices. I won't have to keep my Xbox forever. Eventually, I think my whole entire library will be playable on my PC, right?
Your experience will be Xbox.
Right. My experience will be Xbox, and they're going to bring that forward. And I think eventually that's what's going to happen. So for me, that does give me some reassurance for my digital library. Now, again, I'm the guy, though, who's very realistic. I'm not the guy who thinks about, again, putting my digital library in a will to my kiddo someday. Like, I'm not that dude.
That's not going to be possible. Yeah.
I'm a realist when I do digital, like all my Spotify, all my, whatever, all my movie, like I know, and that's why I talk about consumer protection a lot, and like the government has to step in and make sure it happens. But I'm also a realist right now, and I understand we don't have that protection. That I may have to give up my digital library. My digital library might not be accessible someday. Yeah, did I spend a lot of money? I did, but I also look at it and say I got my enjoyment out of my games at the time. And I don't think about that ownership all the damn time because I understand what kind of world we're living in. I wish it was different, but I have come to the point in the conclusion that I am taking that risk.
That's a good point.
But I know that that's a reality. Again, I gave up my PlayStation 4 library of nearly 300 games plus my saves to move to Xbox and to invest in the Xbox ecosystem after I decided that I wasn't doing a PlayStation 5 this gen. Out the gate. So I gave that up. People say nobody's going to give that up. Well, there is certain people that will give that up because I don't hold on to that shit anymore. Maybe it's just part of my age too and my self-reflection that I'm not holding on. Objects don't mean as much to me anymore as they once did, right? I have a lot of cool shit, but I've sold a lot of shit already. I'm going to be selling more shit. So to me, holding on to shit just isn't as important anymore. I do wish there was more protections, but again, that's neither here nor there. I think people do have a right to be concerned with the direction Xbox is going in, especially the physical people. I think there is some degree of feeling like they were, and I hate to use this word because it's a very emotional feeling word, and you shouldn't have this, but I understand people betrayed by the selling points that Xbox did have going into this generation and what
that's fair. Yeah.
Again, it's always make that point because I do see both sides still. So,
no, I mean, and that's 100% fair. I just in the same breath, it's interesting to me because I'm a fan of Xbox as well, and I'm not going to let somebody say, oh well, you're the PC dude, you're not on console like that. It's like, but at the same, like I have both consoles and I have PC, and I always speak to the vision that I see. But Xbox as an example now, why I believe in and why I always more so, that's why I don't always speak to the console because I've always more so believed in the ecosystem. Even when Xbox on OG Xbox playing Halo 2, moving forward into Xbox 360 playing Gears, the thing that was keeping me there was the ecosystem. It just so happened that these games released there. But there was so many other benefits of being part of that. And I think the benefits only become grander as we move forward, especially as you've seen with Game Pass. And regardless if people want to see that as what they're calling this as welfare pass, as broke boy pass, as whatever the whatever amount of things that you want to consider. Oh, you don't support the devs pass. It's like, what do you mean? Like people legitimately act like nobody gets paid in any of the ordeals or any of the business dealings that happen in the industry. And it's like, you do know that the entire time that these people were working, that they were getting paid, especially from first party, second party. These people are getting paid and they're looking for a return when they release a game. The same thing that they do with a movie. Everybody who did the movie, at least to my idea, there are some people who don't get paid until after. But you're getting paid while doing this. And there's supposed to be a return on the back end. And at least I know that's the way that it is in gaming. These people aren't spending 5, 6, 7 years developing games for free. That's not what's happening out here. That's why there's these business dealings and all this money being thrown around and this person being acquired. And again, the talks are happening again about, Microsoft shouldn't have acquired ABK. You also have to understand that ABK is a once in a lifetime opportunity that they felt was going to be beneficial to their business. Which, isn't it unique and interesting that Microsoft believed enough in Xbox or Phil Spencer enough to invest $80 billion in their business of gaming? That says a lot. And Phil is still doing his thing. They are more so lining gears. I believe that was a year ago where Phil was saying that he can see the vision of the games that are lining up. It's just they need to get there. And we are seeing more games releasing from Xbox, regardless of when they were acquired. Because all of a sudden it matters now when it's under Xbox. It doesn't matter when Sony does it. But the games are releasing and have been releasing. They have been setting the stage. And now you want to jump off the ship? Because the hardware isn't selling? Let me tell you a secret. Gears coming to PlayStation, Halo going to PlayStation, Forza Horizon going to PlayStation. You know the only thing that proves? That people want to play Xbox games. There is an Xbox tax. If Forza Horizon 5 goes to PlayStation and sells 10 million copies, it can sell 3 million copies. There is an Xbox tax, which is something that we've always known. They're the less popular brand. People are excited about playing Halo now all of a sudden. Oh, MCC. Oh, man, Halo's back. Because it's on PlayStation? Oh, Gears of War, man. Oh, yeah. We're excited about this game. I've been playing this game for 20 years. And now you're excited? I thought you said the game was bad. You said you didn't like Halo because of shields. And I will always go back to this and rant about it. Because the number one game that's being played right now has shields in it. And it's Fortnite. Call of Duty Warzone. But nobody liked playing Halo. Oh, it takes forever to kill people, man. But you're excited about it now on PlayStation. MCC is coming, huh? Master Chief Collection. Halo's good right now, ain't it? Took years for you to recognize it, though. If it sells, because that's the difference as well. You understand, not only are these people getting games, even with the Gears trilogy, if it comes out remastered, whether it has multiplayer or not. I hope that it has multiplayer. I really do. Gears trilogy releasing without multiplayer, not going to lie, Coalition, or whoever ends up, maybe people can fire handling that. That's part of what they've been working on. I tell you what, that trilogy releases without multiplayer, that's some lazy shit. But I'll take it if Gears E-Day is releasing next year. And that's where the multiplayer focus is at. I can take that. But for everybody to be excited about these games that we have been playing this entire time, to now be seeing the vision that we have been taking part of this entire time, why is Xbox saving PlayStation with games? Why is this the conversation that's being driven right now? I'm looking for a showcase. Where's PlayStation's Ninja Gaiden? Is that supposed to be Lost Soul Aside? I hope so. I'm interested in that game as well. Is that supposed to be, what is the Zero game? We were just talking about it earlier. Phantom Blade Zero?
Yeah, Phantom Blade.
Is that supposed to be the savior? Stellar Blade? These aren't first party. I thought first party mattered. You know, these games that are going to be so great now, they've existed this entire time on Xbox. And you could have played them. But there's a handicap because you want to play it where you are, which is fine. But doesn't that prove Xbox right? that we want to bring games to wherever you are. Microsoft's a software company. I believe in their hardware. I got a Series X. I got a Series S. I have Windows on my machine. No, PC is not Microsoft, but they damn sure run the fucking market as far as operating systems go. I use the Xbox app on my PC. I enjoy having cloud saves, the compatibility to go back and forth. I enjoy being able to free flow between the games that release on Game Pass. I enjoy being able to have the accessibility when games are not cross-play between PC and console, that I could jump on my console and be back into an ecosystem that I've been a part of and enjoy, and it works almost effortlessly and flawlessly and has no issue. I can access everything that I need to. And that's and that is their focus for the future. At least from what I have been seeing. I will freely admit, Pong and the guys and everybody out there that said that, hey, after this ABK deal, things changed. I will admit that yes, after the ABK deal, things have changed. But like Phil Spencer said, all it did was accelerate things that were already going to happen anyway. At least in my eyes. I know they were speaking to, again, Phil saying, hey, these games are going to be wherever Xbox Game Pass exists. We see that that's not the case. There's games going to be in other platforms where Game Pass doesn't exist.
Said the reason they bought the acquisitions for was to bring exclusives.
And yes, they did say that as well. But that's why I was saying, that's why I can concede that, yes, the ABK deal changed something. It did. But I think it just...
the lack of hitting goals did.
That could be part of it as well, but there's only so much that you can do when you're acquiring all of this talent. And seemingly you're working against a handicap. Because again, people can always go back to, oh, well, if you just made good games and people will invest in your hardware and you would sell all these fantastical numbers, and that's also proving just not to be the case. So it's like, again, we can also go back to Phil saying Starfield could be a 10 out of 10, and it's not going to mean they're going to sell 100 million Xboxes. I mean, Starfield wasn't a 10 out of 10. I know it was for some of us, right? But for the audience, didn't see it that way for whatever reason. And maybe it is the game. But what is Xbox supposed to be the sole reason why the game wasn't good?
Oh, it's never about one game. Again, that's why I dislike that whole commentary from him.
I mean,
when it happened, again, we're not going to go back.
I agree with you
again.
on
It
that.
doesn't matter at this point, but I hated
yeah,
because that's not the point. Anyways, but continue.
Yeah, no, because no, it's definitely not just about the one game, and I definitely agree with you. Yeah, that conversation, it's like you're talking in circles. That's why I feel as strongly as I do about Microsoft and Xbox's direction, right? And I've stood on why I felt strong about it, because again, I can admit that something has changed, but I still don't feel as far off of what the end goal was anyway. Just because of the things that they've done to this point. Now, is the thought process of them having innovative hardware going to come true? I don't know. We're going to find out. But how else can you innovate in the gaming space right now if you're a console? What else are you going to do? Because this generation's innovation, and this is coming from devs as well, was the SSD. That has allowed devs to do more trickier things and be more creative in games than they were able to before. And the SSD is also becoming a standard on PC as well. So again, console has innovated in a way and moved things forward, but both devices have that same innovation. So to go back to my original point, if things are only going to become more expensive, I just think it makes sense. Even PlayStation is going to get to a point to where we create one version and it just scales up or down to our device, which would cause PlayStation to have to compete hardware for hardware in an innovation space versus just being about the games. Because everything will be essentially available everywhere. And I thought that's what separated the two was the games. Because from what I recall coming up as a gamer, is that there was this team camaraderie because our side had these types of games and your side had these types of games. Mind you, I was able to dip in and out of there, so it didn't really matter to me. But that's what the console wars was about. These games versus these games. And what the hardware is capable of doing. But now we're at a central point, and I think things only become more together, and that is going to be interesting to see how that plays out in competition. That's my biggest insight on the entire Phil thing. Phil Spencer does go into say in a way when speaking about Xbox dropping the parity clause for Series S as an example. And I think this is something else that also plays into what I'm speaking to, because this gives you, not dropping the parity clause for the Series S gives you a lot of data for what your future hardware may need to run at a certain level. I 100% believe that. And we've only seen the Series S, although it has been somewhat of a detriment for Xbox in some ways, it has also been a boon because we have been shown devs do additional work for the Series S and gain additional performance for the standard console. Again, 30% performance gain from Larian for Baldur's Gate 3 because you had to optimize for the Series S. That's a lot. So that tells me that innovation is still there. Innovation is still possible. Nixie says, there's no competition as we used to see it. Companies are in their own lane trying to grow what they have. It's not about worrying about the next guy anymore. I mean, at this point, it's not necessarily not, but I do think that there is still competition to be had with the games. That's what the competition is. Unless, again, and I don't see it because I can't base it on anything and I don't know the next direction. And I only say the direction for Microsoft and Xbox because I can see that direction because they're already here. This is something that they've been part of. Will they create the UI for it to make it user-friendly? That's the part that they've always missed. They haven't made it user-friendly enough to make it attractive, to make it easy to use and combine these different things to make it easily accessible. Can they do it? That is yet to be seen. They would do it before PlayStation did. And if PlayStation is going to do the same thing that they've been doing, great. But it doesn't make Xbox less relevant in that way. I don't think. Especially if they do innovate on hardware. But to go into this, on for the Series S and dropping the parity, he says, in a way, I think about it in almost the exact opposite way. With the rise of handheld PCs and Nintendo Switch 2, as developers were building on more device specs from lower power devices, battery power devices, all the way to things that plug into the wall, I actually think we have a real advantage because we've been targeting the Xbox Series S for quite a while. I think that helps us, frankly. The scalability of engines today allows games to scale from ray trace enabled multi-$1,000 graphics cards on desktop all the way through to a battery powered handheld device. So for me, Xbox Series S has been helpful in our portfolio. And he goes on to say, it's an important design point for developers to consider. For the next direction, for the new direction that you're going into, it makes 100% of sense to go that way. But speaking to hardware innovation, or what I think is more so important, Phil does go on to say, I want us to innovate and make hardware the differentiator. We've got into this space where the differentiation of the hardware has gone down, and it's really been locked games that have become the identity of the hardware. I love when I see handhelds, when I see the unique things that hardware manufacturers do. I want our hardware to compete on power and on innovation. So let's have our platform continue to innovate with services and the hardware work that we're doing, whether it's controller, power, or mobility. All these things, it shows you the direction that they are thinking of going into. And with this, I don't think that should give people the worry about your library, your access to games, or not being able to have a device in the future. This is going to continue to exist. But I get if you want to continue to have those conversations. Again, Xbox does. At the end of the day, the company deserves all critique that you're willing to give them. You are a consumer at the end of the day. It is up for them to decide what's right, what's wrong, and how to move forward, not for you. You choose what is best for you as a consumer. If you do not believe in the Xbox ecosystem moving forward, I will give you the advice to please sell your Xbox. Do not buy a PC. Go buy a PlayStation. Buy your games for $70. Get them on sale, whatever you want to do. If you don't want to do that, then keep your Xbox. Enjoy Game Pass for what it is. Maybe eventually move into PC, because I do think that PC is going to be a future where I see, again, and I've been thinking this since 2010. I thought PCs were going to be in everybody's home within that next decade. And come to find out, that's not the case. Still, people don't have PCs in their home. It's becoming more so now that it's becoming the case. But with the 30% growth in the PC market this year, especially over consoles, which direction do we really think that we're going, ladies and gentlemen, unless we see some grandiose innovation? And we're pretty connected, I would think, and we've been podcasting for a little bit, and we haven't heard anything from the back channel to tell us that, man, one of these teams is really they're going a whole different direction outside of Microsoft and Xbox. Nobody else got a tease of, oh man, PlayStation, you know what they did with the liquid metal? They transformed it. They actually flipped it, reversed it, turned the console inside out. They connected it to a supercomputer, unplugged it, fried it, dipped it in pancake batter, fried it again, cleaned it off, and created this whole new special system that's going to play games in this whole new way that you haven't ever seen before. Matter of fact, it's even built in with AI that knows when you're hungry. I don't think that that's going to happen. But I guess we'll see. So
let's talk about the positive though here still with Forza Horizon 5
Yeah.
specifically, right? Let's talk about that real quick. Let's touch on that because that's the important part here. Again, the decisions have been made. Obviously, this is the direction they're moving. So now we got to look at, and again, I've seen people make fun of this and all this kind of stuff and talk about how the cope is real, that, people who talk about Xbox and all of a sudden say this is a good thing are just coping, blah, blah, blah. I don't think coming to the realization, right, whether we agree or not with the decision that it's happening, and then choosing to look at, again, what we always do here, try to take the bigger view, the satellite view, the RTS view, and try to see what that means is coping. And I don't think that at all. Again, my decisions would be completely different. If it was Phil Satya or whoever, I'd be completely different mode. But to continuously talk about that when that is not what is going to happen, and Microsoft, it doesn't matter how many Xbox people, again, if everybody just left Xbox and went and bought PlayStations, they would just quit the hardware business and they would just move to a third-party publisher. Again, nothing's changing the money men's opinion on what needs to be done here. But I think that when we look at individual games, I think that this, as the developers have talked about, from a standpoint of going from, hey, we're a first-party developer, we are making games specifically for Xbox and PC, to now opening it up for developers like Playground, with a game that is now, 4 years old, 3 years old,
Mhm.
in Forza Horizon 5, and saying you get to open that game up to a whole new audience. Obviously, from a developer standpoint, and there's been plenty of developers out there that have talked about this, as a creative, you want as many people as possible, generally speaking, to see and play and enjoy your creation. For them, that's got to be exciting, that they're going to have a whole new audience open up, and maybe two audiences if they can. I think there's potentially a Switch 2 version of Forza Horizon 5 in the works too. But I think that's got to be exciting for them. And then just on the business side of things, if this is the move you're going to make, Forza Horizon 5 did extremely well between Xbox and PC. And sure, a lot of it is Game Pass, right? But we're talking about what is considered the pinnacle open world racing game, made by what is one of your best, most consistent studios, and potentially one of the best studios in the world. If they pull off Fable, I believe that moves them up into that upper echelon, tackling two different genres. And so if they pull off Fable, I think that Playground moves into that slot, which they said was a goal of theirs. They stated that was a goal.
Yep.
I think for Forza Horizon 5, and it being an open world racer, it being an online multiplayer racer, this has got to be freaking awesome. I think you could potentially see 3-5 million new players jump into Forza Horizon 5, because on PlayStation, the only thing you have is third-party developed games like Crew Motorfest, right? Because
Yep.
PlayStation themselves abandoned their open world racer in MotorStorm long ago, which I brought up multiple times, that I thought they should have brought that back years ago. Like, that should be one of the IPs they're developing, but they decide to mothball it forever. So you walk into a space that certainly has some good open world racers, but you bring the pinnacle of that, and everybody, I don't care if you're a PlayStation only fan or a Switch only fan, you have heard of Forza Horizon at this point because of how big it has gotten. And you have
Yeah.
heard people rave about what Forza Horizon does bring to that genre. So you've got a brand new audience that doesn't get the games like this. And if they have played the games like this and they're like, hey, this Crew Motorfest is pretty damn cool. Well, now you're getting the king showing up. People are going to go out and buy this game. I believe that Forza Horizon 5 specifically could probably be one of the biggest, has the potential to be one of the biggest success stories. Nothing's guaranteed in this industry, but I think it has one of the potential to be one of the biggest success stories that Xbox will have going multi-plat here. I think it has that reach for an IP. And I think that because, like we saw with Game Pass, so many people jump into it to try it and discover that they loved open world racers. I think you're going to see that even if it does cost some money over on PlayStation, because again, they just don't get those experiences. They have nothing first party that does that. And again, everybody knows Forza Horizon. So I think really this is going to be one of those additions to the third party lineup that is going to have an impact. And I think financially specifically, and I've talked about this a lot, if I'm going to take the step back and say that Microsoft and Xbox are going to do this, this is great from the standpoint that this, I believe, allows them, as long as they continue to find success with third-party publishing, as long as they continue to bring these games over to whatever platforms, PlayStation, Switch 2 coming up here, and find new audiences and find success. I believe part of that new revenue coming in, not only to the devs, right, but obviously to the greater umbrella that is Xbox, I think allows Phil and the dev teams, and Sarah and Booty, etc., but the devs team specifically, like Obsidian, like a Bethesda, to continue to go make those single player big games still, right? Different sizes, but big games. I'm just going to say big games that don't require battle passes, that don't require a tacked on multiplayer, that don't require a ton of DLC, paid DLC, or monetization for different, costumes or horse armor, etc. I think that these revenue streams that come in from the third party, as much as again, they're for the money, man. Again, you guys know I don't illusion myself at all with this. All right. I'm not wearing rose tinted glasses. This is all about money at the end of the day. But I think part of the agreement is like, hey, if we go put all these other games and this other IP elsewhere, and we can find success on these other platforms, you Obsidian, you Bethesda, you smaller studios, right? you guys continue to go make those single player experiences, and we're not going to worry about. We're going to continue to throw them into Game Pass Ultimate. We're not going to worry about the numbers, right? Machine Games with Indiana Jones, right? Just had 4 million players, not purchases, but players. I thought that should be closer to 6 million by now, but it's not. But you guys can continue to do that stuff because we now are good, because on top of already the multitude, close to a dozen successful games as a service, big games as a service games so far that are raking in money, not only paying for themselves, but also paying for the investments that Microsoft has made. Now we're adding to that by putting these IP that have been Xbox and PC only elsewhere and finding success like Sea of Thieves did, right? That's probably their most successful up to this point is Sea of Thieves or on PlayStation with a Forza Horizon 5. I think that solidifies that line of new money coming in on games that potentially are 3, 4, 5 years old now at this point, and introducing fan bases to new IP. So when you drop a Forza Horizon 6, if it's day and date on PlayStation, you're going to have a new fan base, or even if it's a 6-month year wait to drop Forza Horizon 6 on PlayStation, now you have a brand new fan base waiting, which means more revenue. I think that allows the freedom that I want to continue to see that Xbox has with a diversity of games, a massive lineup that doesn't change, that doesn't force studios to go do something crazy like we saw with Arcane and Redfall, right? That doesn't force them to go do that. Not that everything's going to be perfect, but I think this allows them the flexibility to continue kind of the stuff that they've already started doing with all these teams that they've acquired and not change that formula too much. There will be tweaks. There'll be layoffs. There might be a studio closure. That's big business. Again, I don't illusion myself that it is not. But at the end of the day, I think this allows Xbox to keep the money men happy and allows them to continue to do that stuff, which is what I love. So that's what I'm crossing my fingers for. But I love this for Playground Steel. I love that Forza Horizon 5 has potentially opening up to a new audience for, again, what I think, and I don't think there's much argument out there, is the best open world racer, car PG, whatever you want to call it, that's ever been created, hands down. So easy.
Yeah. It made me want to re-download and jump into it when people get live and jumping back on there. Again, I do wish that the game was a little bit more car club friendly. I think that would just be really dope. Again, I'm missing out on my car MMO, man. That's the only thing I need right now. A car MMO that gives me that Tokyo Extreme Racer feel, those old school Need for Speed feels. So, yeah, man. Let's see where you want to go from there, Pone.
Yeah, Decado, Hood definitely hoodwinked Xbox for sure. I don't care.
Hoodwinked Xbox?
Yeah, AB Hood. Yeah, AB Hood.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. CFOs are not friendly to us or to gaming. I mean, just to any kind of fun because they want just the money. I don't know, Steel. Where do you want to go, brother? Do you want to talk? I heard you want to talk about that? There's structures on Mars. Do you want to talk about that? Let's go.
It's kind of believable that would be the case, actually. So,
they got the pictures now, bro. We're starting to see it. It's going to be interesting once the stuff starts dropping. Anyways, that's for another podcast. We won't do that. It is fun though out there. If you guys haven't seen it, there is some interesting pictures from Mars that have surfaced that nature doesn't do right angles very often. And when you get a full box rectangle that appears to be walls or the foundation of a pyramid, maybe, you got to kind of start asking yourself what's going on. So anyways, disclosure is going to be fun over there. What a time to be alive, bro. We're getting so much shit dropped on us. It's going to be so much fun.
100%. That's a good one, Nick. So maybe we do touch on that real quick. Chris Coleman does say in the chat, though, will PS players show up for Horizon when we already have Motorfest and the Forza name doesn't carry weight with PS players? The games that do are best from the established third-party devs like Doom. I'll tell you this, Chris, I'll tell you this. There's no other game like Forza Horizon 5. Correct. The Crew Motorfest is not Forza Horizon. That's why it doesn't garner that same attention or have the same base, I would say. And I don't even think it holds a candle to the Crew outside of, again, Forza Horizon doesn't have NOS in it, right? But there's a lot of other things that it has that it makes up for beyond, right? I mean, again, the only thing that I can allow people to compare Forza to right now is GT. And even if you ask me, visually looking at both, I don't think there's a comparison when it comes to Forza. And we're talking about Forza Horizon. But if your closest thing that you have is the newest GT, and you have Forza Horizon available on that platform, the amount of content that the game has 4 years later, that is not only is it an expansive game, it's a well-playing game. It is a community-driven game, because there's going to be not only the PlayStation people that jump back in, but there's going to be Xbox people that jump back in. And now you're not
crossplay too, by the way.
And crossplay is confirmed, so the lobbies are about to be flooded.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, and that's only because there is nothing else that is like that on that platform. I don't think The Crew is a comparable game.
And I think it's hard to judge what you mean by, are they going to show up? Like, again, I don't think expectations are like 10 million or 50. I'm not expecting like first party numbers out of this over there. That's why I said, what, 3 million, 4 million, 5 million. Again, if you sell that many of that game, and again, this is just going to be a port, it's being done by a third party that you paid, you're going to be making money, right? And I think that the Forza, again, even over there on PlayStation, again, the clown show aside here, and now we even see the hypocrisy. I mean, the clown show is finally taking off. They show them true selves all the damn time, but the more we go through this generation, everybody's been fucking exposed at this point. For those that claim that all Xbox has is slop and it's shit games and there's nothing, they sure are damn excited for a whole lot of shit showing up over there, especially the 3 games that they all claim that they never want to play, and that's all Xbox has, Halo, Gears, and Forza. They sure are excited about all the fucking rumors. That's all I'm going to say. So I think that, again, Forza has escaped as far as popularity, as far as knowing goes. I think it has escaped to the masses. More people know about Forza, the name, and especially Forza Horizon, because of the type of game it is, being an arcade open world racing. I think that it will do well on PlayStation. Could I be completely wrong? Of course, all of us could. This is all speculation at this point, but I think the potential is there for 3 to 5 million new players to jump on the Forza Horizon at some point and then grow from there. Because that's what we talk about, right? Now the brand gets known. Now the quality gets known. Forza Horizon 6 gets announced, whether it's day and date or whether it's a timed exclusive again. Doesn't matter. You've now grown a new fan base, and that can grow a little bit more with the next iteration if they do well. So I think that, again, with a fan base that hasn't gotten that quality of a game of that genre outside of maybe Crew Motorfest, and again, it's not the same, like Steele said, I think you will see some excitement over there for it when it starts getting closer to launch, when they actually do a launch date.
Yeah, I think people are going to be talking about it. It's going to be interesting to see. Chris Coleman says, Sim Racer versus Arcade Racer. Motorfest is the best comparison. GT7 is a totally different league with motorsport. Horizon looks good until you look at the car detail and realize models are inaccurate. Again, Horizon also isn't supposed to be it's not motorsport. Yeah. Like, there's going to be off things. It's not meant to be the most perfect car game in the world, but it's goddamn close. It's goddamn right there. And yeah, do they take cars from previous iterations of Forza? Yeah, but so doesn't take away from how well the game plays, the world, the environment,
how fun it is.
The extra stuff.
It is.
It's a good time.
Again, when you break down, when you start getting down to that minutia, and I totally understand it. Again, as a car lover myself, but I still don't even get to that level of detail. The cars look good. The cars look good. Do I notice differences between GT and Forza? Yeah, I have seen them. And again, GT has always been, and anytime I talked about GT as an old Gran Turismo fan, huge fan back in the day, there is always that difference. We've talked about that many, many times. And, the Fuzzy Belvederes and other people who play racing games of extreme amount will tell you the differences and get down to that granular detail. But when you're talking about gamers in general, the masses, when you're talking about the racing fans, right? Racing genre fan, let's say the arcade racing genre fan, the Need for Speed players, all these kind of players. And then you start breaking it down and put yourself into categories like how much detail do you notice on the cars? You're talking about a very small group of people. that are going to judge Forza Horizon 5 based upon lesser detail from a sim game like Gran Turismo. You're talking about a very small group of people that are going to say, I'm not going to play Forza Horizon 5 because look at this shit. Okay, I mean, let's be real. Most people don't do that. And most people just want to know, is the game fun as hell? Does it keep me engaged? And Forza Horizon 5, again, it stands alone by itself, in my eyes, atop the mountain when it comes to open world arcade racers. And
it's customizable too.
Right. It's customizable. It's all of that. And I think that's why you saw so many people jump into it on Game Pass side this time around, because the graphics were so freaking damn good. But then people started trying it. More people started saying, hey, I like this. It got out there. The articles that were written about it. Again, it should have been up for Game of the Year, but there was articles after articles reaching the masses through IGN, through everybody, saying, tried Forza Horizon 5. First time I've played it. I'm not a car guy. I'm not a racing fan guy, but I tried Horizon, and holy shit, is this fun. Like, I understand. Like, and I think that was the moment where it kind of leaped ahead into the zeitgeist of the greater masses of gamers. And that's why I think it has the potential on PlayStation. Again, if you're one of those people that get down to the nitty gritty, sure. I mean, again, is it perfect? It's nothing is perfect. Sure. Could the models be better? Sure. But it's not that type of game. It's not a sim game. Right. So like you said, and I just don't think you have a very big audience that's going to judge it based upon that kind of stuff. I think it's more just, this looks fun as hell. Let me go play this. Right. That's what it's going to be with Forza. To me. Yeah. I'll be first to admit I'm wrong. If it shows up on PlayStation, it shows, it sells 200,000 copies. I'll be the first to admit that I was wrong. Don't care.
Thanks. Nixie was asking if we were going to talk about the PoE news, essentially that Path of Exile, GGG came out, the main guy, and Jonathan,
yeah,
and mentioned that they're going to have to hold on content coming to Path of Exile 1.
Yeah.
Because their focus currently is on Path of Exile 2.
Yeah.
They felt as though they would be able to do both, and that's not coming to be the reality.
Right.
You asked me, again, I'm on the outside looking in, you asked me, I say, hey, Johnny boy, go ahead and move on over to PoE 2, my boy. Go ahead and just focus on that 100%. Get it to exactly where you need it. And you need to get it at 1.0 at this point, regardless. So you might as well just put full force acknowledgement on this, or you're going to have to hire more people into your studio to help develop Path of Exile 1. And even if you do that, that's going to take time to get that content rolling on that anyway. So at this point, look, I mean, everybody would love to support their first baby, but when you get the second one, sometimes resources get split, and maybe sometimes the second one needs a little bit more attention. Especially if it's going to be the one that's a little bit more forthright. You guys have created Path of Exile 2 off of everything that you've learned from the first game. It is by bar, has to be a better game than what you created the first time with Path of Exile 1. I get the people being extremely frustrated and upset. To Nixie's point, he says, seems like they screwed up breaking their promise to PoE 1 peeps. I hear you. And those people can be frustrated. But at the same time, at least for me, it's not like they hadn't been supporting the game all the way up to this point. They did release another game called PoE 2, and you can play that right now. And if that's not for you and you want to go back to PoE 1, you have the same team trying to build out two games they thought they would be able to do. I would imagine as a 100-person team, that sometimes you might think that you'd be able to do one thing, but that also tells me that they thought that they had it more together than they did for Path of Exile 2. They had a little bit more confidence for Path of Exile 2 to think that they would be able to do both. That has to be something to take into consideration. What do you think, Paul? Do you think that's something that played into it? I mean, again, I do think that the breaking the promise is messed up, but at the same time, they've also been pretty forthright from what I've heard a lot of the time. And he didn't have to say anything. He could have just wrote a blog post. He could have. Well, that's what I'm saying. He could have just did a tweet.
They set their standard, though, Steel. Right. So again, this is a double-edged sword. GGG is known as one of the most consumer-friendly devs out there for how they developed Path of Exile 1. Okay, and how it came along and how they interacted with the community, how they listened to the community.
Yeah.
It comes with this double-edged sword, just like Xbox. Being in the community means that you are scrutinized because those fans, those gamers, those consumers believe the relationship is more than your regular business relationship when you were out there talking to people. Okay. It happens, right? We've talked about this extensively with Xbox. So GGG is going to use up some of their goodwill bank with this decision. That is true, right? I think
100%.
GGG has a huge goodwill bank. Okay, they do. They're going to use up some of it. They're going to have a part of their diehard fan base.
A quarter of it probably with this one.
Specifically their PoE1 fan base that is going to look at them sideways and question things more than they ever did in the past from here on out. That's just happened. It's human nature. It is what it is when you have a situation like this. This is why in business you never try to paint yourself into a corner and make absolute statements like they did about Path of Exile 1 development and what Path of Exile 2 was going to mean to it, because things change. And especially in this industry, this type of industry, but specifically gaming, bro, you can go to bed one night and the sky can be blue, and the next morning you can wake up and the sky can be pink. And you got to be aware that that can happen despite your greatest efforts, despite all of your intentions in this industry. It happens. And the situations change on the fly. And I'm not saying that Jonathan and the rest of the GGG team don't realize this, because obviously they're in the industry. I'm sure they do. But that's why you see a lot of devs, a lot of publishers, a lot of companies, even Phil, the way he speaks that people don't like. Be very careful and choose their words wisely, so that they don't put themselves into a position where people call them out when things do change, right? And it's going to happen anyways, no matter what you say. But I think that a lot went into this. And I think, to your point, Steel, I think that the potential of Path of Exile 2, even for those players, you know, who love Path of Exile 1 and don't want to see it go by the wayside, want to keep playing it, Path of Exile 2 has so much potential that they've got to put the focus on there. And they really do have to build this game out, because that's going to be the future. Let's be real. Even if Path of Exile 1 continues forward, Path of Exile 2 is where they hit the next set of numbers and where they find that even greater fan base, as we saw just from the pre-orders alone and for the early access. This is their bread and butter going forward. And they do have a parent company that they have to answer to, and that's Tencent. They do have money men. They've been given a lot of freedom, but they do have money men and expectations they do have to hit now. So you got to make what the decisions are best for your studio in now, but also more so in the future. And that's focusing on more on Path of Exile 2 and delaying some of the Path of Exile 1 stuff that you had planned. So don't blame them. Like I said, you know, if I was them, would I be, you know, maybe pull back on some of the promises that they had originally stated? Sure, because again, things can change, but they didn't. So now they got to eat it. But I think their bank of goodwill is big enough to take this hit, Steel, and be fine. I think there's still going to be a lot of fans, especially the fans who are now happy with the direction of Path of Exile 2 and where that potential is in the future of Path of Exile. I think those fans are all on board and probably will be more likely to say, yeah, no, we totally understand. That's, you know, put that on the back burner a little bit. Let's, you know, focus on Path of Exile 2. So I think they're going to be okay here. I think they're going to be okay. Is it shitty for the people? Again, when you're told things, when you're sold something, when your expectations are set by the main people of a company,
yeah,
it sucks, bro. It sucks if you're a Path of Exile 1 fan and your favorite dev studio told you everything was going to be okay. We got the roadmap.
That's a fan of any game.
Yeah, it's a fan of any game. Right?
You build up, to your point, you build up that fan bank. You build up that fan bank of goodwill. Halo did it, right? all the way up through 3. It had it downs and stuff. Gears had it. Battlefield has had it, right? Battlefield had so much goodwill built up going into Battlefield 4 that people excuse the way that the game release to be what and remember it as what the game was 6 months after release.
Yeah, we don't talk about the beginnings, the origins of Battlefield 4.
And people still play Battlefield 4. That's the crazy thing. So yeah, it's interesting. Phoebe says Phantom Blade Zero is going to sell big. I don't know if it's going to sell big. I hope it does well. I'm interested in it, so we're going to see what's happening. That game's coming to PC, PlayStation day and date. So there's that. You know, we'll see how that goes. Another game that I think should be releasing everywhere. But again, that's the avenue to play into.
I'll be back, but just you got to take over for a bit. I'll be right back.
All right. Everybody, wish Pong some love. He's got to step away for a bit. I did want to get into this BioWare snafu though. Now, the biggest reason that I wanted to get into this, and let me see if I can get this actually on screen for you guys, so you guys can see what I'm speaking to here. This BioWare update. BioWare is doing some restructuring due to the performance of Dragon Age, Dreadwolf, I believe it's called. It didn't perform the way that it needed to. Now, my history with BioWare is kind of in between. There's some games that I don't even realize that I've played that were made from BioWare that were grandiose games. But my biggest recognition for BioWare as of the recent years is going to be the Mass Effect Legendary Edition. The 3 games, played them back to back. Again, I'd recommend anybody that is a gamer who has not played Mass Effect Legendary Edition, the Legendary Edition specifically because it's the essentially remastered version of the old games, and I feel like they play really well. And having that character progression go through sets such a standard for me as far as what to expect from games in the future, that it is interesting to see that there hasn't been many others to try to do something similar, especially for a third-person shooter, third-person game just in general. My next foray with BioWare is going to be Anthem. Anthem, I thought, was going to be the mecha fantasy game that was everything I needed to be in that moment. And for the most part, it was. Right? Now, there was some falls in the story, and it didn't hit as hard as playing Mass Effect. Mind you, I didn't play Mass Effect until after Anthem. Right. So yeah, I'm kind of doing them out of order, but trying to do it more so based off of impact. Right. But Anthem was good until you got to the end and realized that the game was shallow. And it also didn't have any variety. And this helps demonstrate to me the shortcomings of BioWare. Now, when people used to speak to, or when I used to hear people say, oh, BioWare is not where they used to be. You play a game like Mass Effect, you're like, dang, how far off can they really be? So much to the point you have that genuine interest to where I even go and try the Dragon Age games, right? I'll go back to play Origins. I go back to play Dragon Age 2. I go back and try to play these games. I go back and play Dragon Age Inquisition. I try to play these games. None of them pull for me. Again, I see people speak highly about these as well. So Veilguard, because Dreadwolf was the old name. Dreadwolf is actually the name of one of the characters. That's his code name anyway. But for Dragon Age and Veilguard, was the game that didn't sell well. Seeing me going back to the older Dragon Age games, recognizes that they're not essentially for me. Then seeing Dragon Age the Veilguard, seeing what they were doing in the combat, seeing with how they were kind of presenting the game. Some people, I've seen Dragon Age fans that were fans of the older games that were kind of putting it down, which kind of made me kind of perk up and kind of make me more interested, because it's like, dang, I didn't even like those older games. So maybe this newer game will be something that will interest for me. Dragon Age: The Veilguard is not a game that I completed. It's a game that I would want to go back to, but don't think that I will at this point. I'm not as critical about the game as Pong has been, as an example, and others have been as well, and others continue to be coming off the heels of it. And again, the game apparently didn't meet the sales target. I think they was shooting for about 3 million. It only did 1.5, and they have restructured BioWare to now only be focusing on getting out the next Mass Effect game. I didn't think that Veilguard was that bad for them to have to do that, but that at least gives me some hope, because my experience with Mass Effect Andromeda is part of the reason why I never thought to or wanted to try the Mass Effect series after that, right? Because I had never played Mass Effect prior to that. So my first introduction was, oh, Andromeda, oh, BioWare, oh man, this game is going to be this, that, and the other thing. I've heard great things about Mass Effect, and it's not that. It has some good gameplay, but story-wise, that's not what I got out of Mass Effect 1 through 3. Not even close. In its first 10 hours even. And then to go to Veilguard, have people feel the way that they feel about it, and now knowing that the next Mass Effect game is the only other thing that BioWare is currently working on, it just shows how fickle the industry is right now. I've seen somebody make a comment on X, essentially saying, I believe it was a dev actually, and I could be misquoting him, but I'm going to paraphrase it. He was essentially speaking to the industry and it's always been it's essentially always been this way, to where you and your team have a shot to make something that people can latch on to. You have a shot for it to connect. Not every game will, and not every game was going to be successful. Because not every game needs to be Fortnite to be successful. It doesn't have to be a 10 million game seller to be successful. But if you and your team do not have what it takes, when you put out the final product and it fails or does not do what you thought, the consumer has spoken. And you have to take that knowledge and move forward with it as you do. Is this BioWare's final foray to make the product that they can? And is this EA essentially putting the boot down? Although EA is just as responsible for not giving BioWare the proper support, Anthem 2 should exist. There's been too many other live service games that have failed and went to the wayside. They're making too much money off of FIFA and off of Madden for them not to have put out Anthem 2.0 as an example. So obviously EA hasn't been making the best choices either. So there has to be some give and take to be had here. Now, again, I don't get that deep with BioWare personally, but seeing more restructuring from at least my perspective, from a team that, although may not be the same team that they used to be, but is a team that has been around the gaming industry for a long time, the BioWare name does carry weight. It's interesting to see how the way things are playing out. Right? So, again, the community has spoken for Dragon Age: The Veilguard. The consumer spoke, said the game wasn't good enough. I've heard that about the other Dragon Age games as well. But seemingly, again, we're talking about different time periods. And I heard some of this stuff with Inquisition back in the day too. The Dragon Age Inquisition wasn't a Dragon Age game the way that people wanted it to be, although it had some forgiving qualities about it. But this isn't back in the day where people can live in that nostalgia. If you don't do something to enact on it to make it better for today, although I didn't think it was that bad, that's going to be a shot. Nixie says, I need to hear about the state of the next Battlefield. That's the other thing about EA. You see what you've done with Battlefield 2042. You failed coming out the gate on this one, and this was one that you shouldn't have failed on because Call of Duty was on its back foot. And now we got Matt. We had to get Vince Zampella in here to help get y'all right. So what is that game going to be? Is it going to be a traditional Battlefield game? And I think that's what they said that it was going to be. But is it going to be Battlefield what? 6? 7? Bad Company? What? What are we doing? Yeah, Big Mad Mo, Veilguard combat was fun. I agree. And I thought gameplay was a good thing for games, but apparently everybody was stuck on all the stuff in between and the trans stuff. And I was like, I thought a lot of that stuff was optional. But again, I mean, if the audience feels like it was forced content and people didn't get with it, I mean, again, it is what it is. I felt strong. I felt like Cyberpunk 2077 was a good game when it released. It had its flaws, but it was a good game. Other people bit me and Pong's head off when we defended the game when the game released and said, "Oh, how you defend a game that has issues?" And all this, when we weren't experiencing the issues that people were speaking to. Although we also spoke up against the people playing on prior gen hardware. Nixie says if they screw Zampella, it's a wrap for EA. No, 100%. I don't think they will though. That's why they got him in there. Decado says Battlefield, a galaxy divided. Nah, what they need to do is remake 2142, the futuristic Battlefield game, if they do that. Andrew Cullinane says developers, everyone loves this game. Gamers, make another one. Just continue the story. Developers, change everything. People will love it. No, that's 100. That's what it feels like sometimes, Andrew. That is what it feels like. That's the other thing that's weird about Dragon Age as well. It's like, from what I've seen of Dragon Age, none of the games are consistent. So how do you, like, what are people's expectations when none of the games have been consistent? You expect it from that, but you're expected for this one to be the next grandiose thing. But again, I don't have the history with it, so I don't. Maybe it's just me. Ghost Wolf says, yeah, Mo, I can't really, but I remember that in the 360 days, that was one reason Mass Effect was exclusive to the Legendary Edition came out. Yep. Big Mad Mo says it's why how gameplay has now took a backseat to everything else. Bro, I get people wanting to have a good story. 1000%. I think any piece of art, especially games, you should lead with having a solid ass story, right? Because that's what's going to pull people's interest. Now, are the stories going to get translated differently person to person? Yeah, but that's art. And I can't tell because I feel a certain way or I don't agree that it may be that dramatic. I can't stop other people from feeling like that's what it is. We're also a people of the times. And being people of the times, some things just aren't going to hit that way that others feel. And yeah, I mean, most games, see, he says all games have an agenda to some degree. Most games do, but I think that's what speaks to the art is how do you get your message across? What is your message and what message and how are you getting your message across? That's extremely important because I mean, again, that's what the saying said. I mean, that's where they're saying like, can't shoot the messenger. How's the message come across? If it don't hit, then nobody's going to want to fucking hear any of the extra shit. Yobi says one thing I hated about Mass Effect Andromeda was when they removed the morality system, aka good evil choices for your character. Yeah, I thought that was weird too. I've always heard about that stuff, and didn't really have that choice in there from what I recall. Mo says for me, gameplay and story are 1A and 1B, but I can have fun with one or the other. For me, gameplay always comes before story more than anything else. I think that's why, like, I can look past some of the things that Eternal Strands may have as far as story-wise goes, and why it doesn't bother me like that. Because I think the gameplay is solid enough to where I don't have to look that deep. I mean, but that's for me. I do agree with them being 1A, 1B, that the purpose of a game is to be able to blend both, because at the end of the day, the consumer has to enjoy your product. So it is your best duty to make something that is enjoyable. And so as an example, if I'm playing a game and I'm having fun with it, but Pong's playing the game and he's not having fun with it, and if I'm the one person that's having fun and there's more people like Pong, as an example, who is not having fun with it, then guess what? Their game wasn't fucking fun. You didn't hit something. Something didn't connect, because it's always going to work for somebody. But if it doesn't work for enough people, then it doesn't matter. So Lydian says, remember games 5-6 years to make, political trends change, so sometimes writing in a game feel way outdated. I think, Lydian, the concern more so comes from, especially from what I've noticed, is the way that people are handling the conversation that they're trying to have. At least from my standpoint, from what I'm seeing. Because if you're just terrible at telling a story, then it doesn't matter how I spin it to you. It's just a bad story, you know? But if you actually have some pizzazz to it, you got some finesse, you can make me feel a couple different types of ways. Again, that's what Final Fantasy 16 is doing pretty well. I am freely admitting there is a lack of gameplay for more storytelling, but it is compelling enough that I am interested. I am very picky about that, and that does not happen. Last of Us was another one that did something very similar. This has been the Sony thing, right? So, welcome back, Paul. You all right? Everything all right?
Yeah, it is what it is. Real life continues.
Gotcha.
So, but no, big apologies to you, Steele, first of all, for
Oh,
having
good.
to do that in the middle of the show. Again, I leave from time to time, but never have to do that in chat. Sorry, guys. You again, appreciate y'all. But real life just carries on, man. So, what were we talking about? Were we talking about Dragon Age? What were we talking about?
Yeah, I was talking about BioWare restructuring and just kind of going through that, and kind of going with my experience with BioWare, how I do have a history with BioWare. There's a lot of games that I've played from BioWare, like MDK as an example, apparently was a BioWare game. I didn't even know that. Yeah. If I'm recalling it correctly, because I look back on their history, I was like, oh snap, they made this game too. That's like one of my favorite games from growing up. You know what I mean? So, but just kind of going through their lineage. But I was using more so my experience with Anthem, my experience with Mass Effect, and then my experience with Dragon Age: The Veilguard. How I may have not felt like it was an off game, but apparently they had metrics that they didn't meet, which caused this restructuring to happen. But I was also adding additional context that I do put EA in that mix as well, because EA has demonstrated that they don't necessarily know what to do with their IP, and they have a lot of money again to be thrown around to kind of figure some of this stuff out. So it's like, it's hard for me to put everything on BioWare, because EA, and I was using Anthem 2.0 as an example, could have took the hit and revitalized that, and it become their live service thing that they could have looked for next to Apex, right? So it's like, I think it's a multiple fold kind of thing, that where BioWare is where they are right now. So that was the main crux of the conversation.
Listen, there's a lot you could dissect here. And I heard you guys kind of talking, I've seen the chat too, kind of talking about political agendas and that kind of stuff. Agendas of the day don't, necessarily hit when you get further down the road. This is the problem, though, with making agendas a priority amongst your team. We saw it with Concord. We saw it now with BioWare. When you make, and again, this goes into a lot bigger discussions that people hate, DEI, all that kind of stuff, what can happen when you chase these false gods, okay? And then I'm going to call them that nicely. If you make that the priority in video games specifically, or entertainment specifically, and you're not thinking about, again, we see this elsewhere, okay? Well, let me make this also clear. This isn't just about that stuff. This also goes to like Ubisoft chasing the golden goose with games as a service, wondering how they're going to monetize their games before making sure that the game is fun, pure and simple, before making sure that your established IP is not shitting all over the fan base. Number two, before you implement changes that dramatically change the feel and direction of a well-established lore-based world. That also falls, we have perfect examples at Disney and Star Wars. Putting things priority-wise above what made that IP specifically gigantic or big in the first place. And so I think that companies that do any of this stuff are blind. To Steele's point, this goes all the way up to EA, that they allow their teams to do this, number one, that they hire and structure their teams that allows for this, number two. We started hearing more and more now, and I think Dragon Age Veilguard is going to be another example of this, like the Concord team, toxic positivity, where nobody can critique anything because everybody is walking on eggshells, because everybody's scared nowadays to insult somebody or to offend somebody on some fucking stupid ass level. And that's more important than making sure that the game gets done right by the fan base who is going to buy your game. And we have example after example in video game industry and, of course, movie industry and elsewhere, that these mysterious modern audiences that these certain companies and certain games and certain movies and certain TV shows and certain devs and certain directors say they're going for, don't fucking show up to buy your shit. They're mysterious audiences that supposedly are going to carry your entire IP, whatever it is, forward. They don't show up. Now, is that because you overestimated that audience? Is it because that audience talks a big game in social media, but aren't exactly your buying customers? Because again, the agendas are more important than the actual product. I think it's a mix of a little bit of everything. It's not 100%. We've certainly had some very big successes out there that have been agenda driven for sure. But I think we have plenty of examples now we need to fall back on. And with Dragon Age Veilguard specifically, you saw the warning signs. Now, many in this community has gone to the whole, again, we've talked about this plenty of times. It's all about shutting down conversations. Everybody's a grifter. There is no critique to be had anywhere. If you critique anything about a game, you're on one side. If you say positive about the other, anything about a game, you're capping, you're on the other side, toxic positivity. There is no middle ground. And that's why we, specifically me and Steele, have tried to show up here on Saturdays and talk about this stuff and say, no, there is gray area. There is good conversations to be had. Take out the extremists. Again, there's examples on both sides. Take out the extremists. And there's some valid arguments and conversations to be had about what should be happening in this industry, what kind of stuff should be being made, and can we stand up and question some of the stuff when we see it blatantly being thrown in our faces, like you did in Dragon Age Veilguard. Now, if you love the combat and Dragon Age Veilguard, perfect. Again, I just came on here, talked about Eternal Strands. I don't like a lot of the game, but there's a lot to the game that I do love. That's why I love 6 and 7 games, because imperfect games to me, that's fine. I love them. I can fall in love with them for all reasons. I can dislike certain things, but fall in love with them all. Dragon Age Veilguard, however, didn't have any of it for the time I spent with it through the demo. Right now, maybe that would have changed combat-wise had I chosen to push forward in that game, but there was so much drawback on the game. I was not interested in any of the characters, not a single freaking one. Wasn't interested in any of the dialogue, wasn't interested in any of that shit. It just kept falling apart. And the writing was so horrific and juvenile that I couldn't do it. Like, I just was like, no, why am I going to do this? And I think a lot of people felt that way. And again, I'm taking that part of it outside of the criticism that started for stuff being preached to the gamer that was playing, very specific scenes that were forced upon the gamer and preaching to them, which we know for a fact isn't going to necessarily work in your favor if you do that stuff. Self-inserting by developers is a big problem that people are talking about, but gets dismissed by a lot of this community. We have developers who specifically do have a lot of strong opinions, and there's nothing wrong with that as a human being to have strong opinions on religion. It doesn't matter, politics. I don't care. You can have strong opinions. But when you self-insert into video games or entertainment and make that a focus because you are so driven by that ideology, you are going to lose fans. You are going to have people who instantaneously shut down and say, nope, 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 because it is so obviously forced, it's not even funny. Dragon Age Veilguard is a perfect example of that.
Fuzzy Tomato says, is it forced if it's an optional side quest?
Yes, because it's a preach. Because people are going to see it. Absolutely. Because you're not, again, why should that even be a part of the game? Does that make the game, does that side content make the game better in any way, shape, or form for anybody? I would argue less than 1%. Right? So what are you doing? If it doesn't make you better, we have games out there that have been absolutely destroyed for having terrible side content. Right? We have Ubisoft being destroyed constantly for having terrible side content. Why is this any different? Side content is a part of the game, and it has to be taken into consideration, especially with a studio like BioWare, with a history like BioWare. And again, anybody who knows, I've been on here talking about it, that it's a shadow of its former self. But when you've got reviewers and you've got the media for a variety of agenda-driven reasons, whether paid for, whether whatever, pushing out the same idea that this is a return to form for BioWare. And that was printed time and time again in about 10 different articles. Then you got to question what the real point of this is, right? Because they should know better than anybody that this BioWare is a shadow of its former self. They should be given every opportunity to return to form. They should. They should be given every opportunity, as long as they still exist, to say, hey, you know what? Let's see what they do with this game. But the minute the criticism came out on this game, it was grifting. The minute it started, it was grifting. And it was shut down. But at the end of the day, the consumers spoke with their wallet, and now BioWare is in a real tough position. Because now all the people have been moved off. There's less than 100 people on Mass Effect 5. That is going to be the final. This is all the pressure possible on BioWare right now for Mass Effect 5. They have some of the original Mass Effect people on there. We have seen this before. They are really selling, EA themselves are selling this point that they brought these people back to work on Mass Effect. I hope it's the right people. And I hope these people looked at what happened specifically with Andromeda and then with Dragon Age Veilguard. Anthem, I put in a different category because they were chasing a golden goose on that one. Again, same type of thing. EA, more specifically, was looking to cash in on Anthem, wasn't willing to give them the resources and time necessary to create that type of game. They had something really good there. Most of us agree that Anthem had a lot of freaking potential. Okay, they had something good. That was the EA high up chasing the golden goose bullshit, okay, and cutting them short, cutting their knees off and making them deliver it half-baked. But Andromeda and Dragon Age Veilguard, if the current makers, developers on Mass Effect 5 take their cues and take their lessons from those two games and don't try to self-insert, don't try to force stuff. Again, there's been great diversity in Mass Effect. Okay. There's been great representation in Mass Effect before. Okay, that's not a problem. Dragon Age was the same way. Again, I was always laughing at the people who were kind of grifters, just fake outrage about the whole trans thing, because they already had that in Dragon. If you played Dragon Age, you know that, but it just wasn't front and center. But it was there. They had full conversations about it if you wanted to get into the conversations with the character, right? It had already been there. BioWare's already been a progressive developer if you've known their history, but it's never taken over the way it has in some of these games. And so I think that if this Mass Effect team learns from those mistakes, and if the people that they brought back can bring back that old energy without the extra bullshit, then I think there is a chance. I'm not holding my breath, obviously. Again, this is not a good look 0 for 2 between Andromeda and Dragon Age. But I think that there's always a potential for a comeback story. I love comeback stories, right? I love redemption stories. I love them in sports. I love them everywhere. I think it's dope as hell. I'm a sucker for them. That I think the Mass Effect team has a chance to actually produce something really, really good and bring back Mass Effect now that people like Steele have played Mass Effect Trilogy for the first time and fell in love with the series. They have a chance to bring back that charm, to bring back that love again. And I think they really could do something good, and it could be the start of something new for BioWare as far as a comeback goes. I'm willing to do that. I'm not going to hold my breath, but they are fighting now. They are climbing one of the steepest mountains you will ever see a dev team. Every little thing that comes out about Mass Effect will be scrutinized to hell at this point. You thought it was bad for Dragon Age Veilguard? Oh, just wait, because the Mass Effect fan base that's out there, me included, those people are going to be looking at everything that is put out there, whether it's screenshots, whether it's little snippets of audio, it don't matter. This microscope is going to be on this game like few others coming out the gate. But I still think that they could pull this off if they do it right. Now, we've been told that it's farther away than we believe, which is good. I think this is a next-gen game. So I think they're going to be working for the next few years. They're going to take their time, under 100 team, which means they're a small team, which can be good. We have seen smaller teams do good work. Why? Because it's a close-knit group of people working together, where you don't have these big 400 or 500 teams where you don't know what the person on the other side of the building is fucking doing, and it could be something that totally screws up your side. No. Under 100 people working together, especially veterans, you can get communication like no other place. But I hope internally, Steele, that they stay away from the toxic positivity. And I hope that they take a critical eye to what they're doing with Mass Effect and really do take the lessons learned here and say, okay, we can't do this. Like, this is not going to fly. Let's change it. And I hope that they just take Mass Effect, the original trilogy, and I hope they just bring that forward and take that as the framework to use in the new one, and not try to go outside the bounds, not try to circumvent expectations, not try to be cute, right? Not try to do this shit, and just go back to the core Mass Effect, what made Mass Effect Trilogy great. Because otherwise, this could be the last game BioWare ever produces in Mass Effect, and it could go down in flames. And I do believe if Mass Effect doesn't hit, it's the end of BioWare. I just think EA closes up shop, and they mothball the IP. They won't sell the IP off. We will lose Dragon Age, and we will lose Mass Effect forever. So, and I don't want to see that happen. Dragon Age is definitely mothballed right now. It's done. So they're not going to go back to that. Mass Effect, let's hope that they hit this one out of the park.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. So Fuzzy Tomato was mentioning pushing 1 or 2 poorly written scenes and acting like the entire game is nothing but agenda is basically the definition of grifting.
Nope, it's not, Fuzzy, because the writing was shit, and people who were saying that the writing was juvenile were also getting called grifters. I gotta disagree with you, Fuzzy. I mean, I went and listened to all this stuff. I was in it. I was reading about it. I was watching people play it. I was watching people review it. I was going through both positive and negative. And the people that were even calling out the writing as being juvenile, not just specific scenes, but just in general, the writing and the character development being poor in a lot of areas. There was a couple characters who had some really good writing. Generally speaking, people who finished the game said that the last part of the game was really, really good. But now we even see the media walking back how they felt about Dragon Age Veilguard and admitting that it probably wasn't as good as everybody said it was. But I'm saying when it was in the heat of the moment, people even criticizing that the writing were called grifters. People who did not like, people who did not like the combat system were called grifters. People who talked about the UI being too busy were called grifters. Right? That's where I say that we've lost. When the extremes get involved on both sides, you lose. You lose all the good conversation in between. And like I said, there is no way, I mean, again, that the way people talk about it, from what I've played, that you can't say, because we even had people in the chat who love Dragon Age Veilguard when we were originally talking about it, Steel, saying, yeah, the writing's not good. Like that's a legit criticism. And for a game like Dragon Age, with the history, with the lore, that's what the game is about. That's like a main function of the game, is the conversation pieces, right? Is the actual interactions between the characters, is the choices and consequences that happen in a Dragon Age game. That is a big part of what made Dragon Age popular. So when that part is bad, that is a problem. That is a major problem when people don't feel connected through the writing, because that is a lot of the appeal for Dragon Age, for the core fan base that had built up Dragon Age. Again, every Dragon Age game has been kind of different. That is not a lie. Again, when people were trying to say that they changed the whole entire Dragon Age formula, I was also laughing at that, because I was like, bro, come on, you play Dragon Age, they're all different in their own way. So I didn't even have a problem with that. But the point being is, you lose your core when you lose one of the main things that made Dragon Age in the first place, which was the writing, the character development, the world building. And this one was subpar at its best. Like, that's the best you could say. This was subpar. And again, I'm not going to talk about the ending. I didn't play any of that shit. I'm not going to talk about that. I've just seen what I've seen, played what I played, but it definitely was subpar when you compare it to the other Dragon Ages. And obviously people agreed. 1.5 million players with EA play included. That's really not good, man. And in that, you can't blame that on all the grifting. You can't. Because again, the grifting doesn't reach the masses that way. Right? The grifting is for the hardcore, right? The masses aren't going to watch the grifting. It was because the legit word was out in the street that it just didn't hit, man. It just didn't hit. Yeah, my opinion is always, you guys know this. It's my opinion. I don't speak like some people do in this community as my word is word, the word of God, and I'm king, and everybody else is just shit. I don't speak that way. I'm just saying that the proof is in the pudding. So, I don't know. I mean, it's like people trying to say that Acolyte was good for Star Wars. Come on, man. Look at the numbers. It wasn't good. It doesn't take a genius to say it was good. It wasn't good. I mean, come on, man. It just wasn't.
No, I mean, some people finally felt it was good, and again, it's just the same thing with anything. Again, I'm not on the best example. Again, is the opposing sides of just using Veilguard as an example. How Paul feels about it and how I feel about it are completely two opposite sides of the same coin. Right now, again, I'm not saying it's perfect either, but there's a lot of other things that don't play into, for an example, what Paul was speaking to, especially when the game has lineage or whichever the case. So Vandal says the Acolyte was good. Did you watch it? I don't watch TV.
Stop.
So
Eastside, stop. Oh my God. It's just so funny. Eastside and I are like brothers, and I love the dude, and he comes here each and every week. Brothers. But legitimately, if you broke down all of our stances on like a lot of things, Eastside and I would be the extreme on each hill, shouting at each other, going, hell no, you're wrong. Hell no, you're wrong. It's so funny, bro. I love you, Eastside. It's so funny. Like, oh my God.
There's nothing wrong with that. Again,
there's nothing wrong with it. There's nothing wrong with that. All I'm saying, there is no. That's why we talk about this stuff, because there's gray area in everything. It's not black or white, right? There are very good games movies, TV shows that do horribly steal, but that the vast majority of people that played it or watched it all say that it's great, right? There we see examples of this all the time. Prince of Persia, the new Prince of Persia, right? Everybody that I've heard play that game raves about that game, but it sold what 1.5 million copies, or something like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But everybody raves about that game who played it. Like, that is a universal love for that game. Now, I'm sure there's small pockets of people who don't like it. Like, again, we never deal in absolutes. But there is other examples like the Acolyte, Eastside, where sure, you got a small group of Star Wars fans who like everything Star Wars, no matter what it is, and will always claim everything is good and that people are overcritical. So you've got a small percentage there. You've also got a small percentage of people who just absolutely did enjoy what Acolyte brought. But the vast majority of people who watched the Acolyte, and it wasn't that big, it was the lowest rated Star Wars show ever for Disney, and that's saying a whole hell of a lot, did not think it was good. Did not think it was great Star Wars content. Okay, so I'm just saying that there's a lot of gray in there too, but there's examples where something is actually really good. It's just got a smaller audience than it should. It happens, right? It just happens. So anyways, there's a lot of gray area, but I love you, man. I love you.
No, there's always gray area.
I'm glad you like Acolyte. Again, I'm past most of my Star Wars rage. I've gotten it out of my system a long time ago. I hope Disney eventually sells it off. I hope it continues to fail, and I hope Disney eventually sells it off to somebody who will bring up the mantle. If Disney decides to mothball Star Wars, if Star Wars drifts, like I've seen articles over the past couple of weeks talking about how the end of Star Wars is here, that Star Wars will fade into obscurity over the decades as we go along here, and only us old heads will remember Star Wars in its heyday. That is fine with me as well. I have my memories. I have my old shows, my old movies. I am cool with that. I am over with my Star Wars rage. I just use it as an example because it's a perfect example of nowadays, again, chasing the modern audience, quote unquote, the modern audience that everybody likes to use doesn't necessarily work on a regular basis. It doesn't. More likely than not, you will fail. Anyways.
Yeah. The only other thing I wanted to throw on to the list today was Sony president Hiroki Totsuki. There has been some restructuring. Good old Herman boy. Hey, people said that he didn't get a demoted, Pong, so don't you worry about that. But Hiroki Totsuki says he wants to go aggressive in improving margins by growing first party with multi-platform. And that actually came from their investor call. I'll have the link for that and information in the description below. If you want to go to it directly and listen in. That's not in particular in any articles or anything that are going to be out there, which is interesting, isn't it? That I can't just go to a website that's referencing this direct quote that came from a earnings call for Sony about what their future strategy is. And everybody was saying that it just had to be a long, drawn-out conversation because, again, I am of the mind that I do think that Sony is going to move in a similar direction as Microsoft. They're just going to do it in their own way, right? Sony has the benefit of being the Apple, I would say, in the gaming division side of things, or at least the gaming console side of things, I would say, as far as that's looked at. So they will be given as much time as needed. But I do think that this does speak to their PC strategy, that they are going to be doubling down on that happening, as well as, again, look, personally, I do still understand the gamers out there on the Xbox who say that, well, Sony isn't sending anything over to Xbox. So why is Xbox sending stuff everywhere else? Okay. And if you ask me, I would tell you, who cares about their games? No, I'm playing. It would just come down to what you see as has more of a benefit to you. Because at this point, with Sony also making this trudge deeper into the PC market, with PC seeing the growth that it has, with things becoming more PC-like, touching on the conversation that we had earlier, unless Sony does something drastically different, I don't say that them bringing games to Xbox is inevitable. I wouldn't say that, but I do think it's possible. Now, does it count if Xbox is more PC-like and you're able to access their software because of your access? I don't know. I don't know if that counts. But I do think that does play into the Trojan horse, quote unquote, mentality that I was bringing into. Because at the end of the day, these games are going to go over to Sony. And again, Sony is allowing Microsoft to publish their games there. And if it was about competition, why is competition allowing you to post your games in their ecosystem? Gladly. Because Sony's going to make money off of it as well. Again, the strategy on both sides has been painted out. You've had more than one person come out and tell you what the direction they need to go. We also had more recently Shuhei come out and tell people, mind you, he's not with PlayStation anymore, he's retired. But come out and tell people that they need to come out and support these remasters and remakes so Sony can make the games that they need to make. During the court case, Sony admitted that they used the money that they got from Call of Duty to fund future projects. It's not the same business right now for you. Pong, just based off of this from this earnings call, there's a lot that you can probably get into, from Hiroki Totoki, the restructuring, Herman Hulst. I honestly think Herman Hulst needs to be out of there. He should have been out of there before Jimmy Boy was, in my personal opinion. Just because the way that you've been supporting Horizon as an example, and Horizon not to take off the way that you maybe thought that it should have, Herman, I think paints a much worse picture about your vision than anybody else in that building. And you're in charge of the games. It's very interesting. Paul, what you in here? What you over here? What y'all in here smiling about, man? I smiled
at the freaking chat, bro, because Nixie's loaded up for this conversation. First of all, I told him he's loaded up a 6-shooter right now for this shit. But it's already he called Lydian a girl. He made it out that Lydian was a female, and Lydian's like, I hate no girl, bro. I love you guys.
That's funny.
Anyways, this is something that, listen, the spin is real out here, folks. Hey, Jesus, man. I don't know how it came to be that Herman is the untouchable out of all the PlayStation dudes. Again, I've always said that Herman at least is the most gamer out of all of the PlayStation dudes, right? That we've had in his position or up in those positions. But, bro, why is Herman bulletproof? Again, this is something we've been talking about for a long time. This is Herman. Again, Jim's vision was obviously the games as a service. Jim wasn't making the call on what games to greenlight. I will never believe anybody who tells me that Jim Ryan was going studio to studio and qualifying or disqualifying games. I just don't. I think that's why Herman was his right-hand man. I will always say that. And again, Herman has a love affair with his own IP in Horizon, which again, I like Horizon. I'm one of the few people who enjoyed it. I still have to play the new one, but I eventually will. But I liked it. I liked the loop. I liked the dinosaur shit. But he does have a love affair, and he's been pushing this Horizon bullshit down people's throats, even though there's a lot of people who don't like it, and it hasn't been like the most successful out of their IP. They have a lot more successful IP than Horizon. It's done well, but it's not been the most. So I just don't know why Herman gets the pass on everything here. Herman's been making some poor decisions. And again, we don't know. None of them are fly on a wall, but just it doesn't take, I don't think it takes a whole lot to leap. It doesn't take a big leap to look at the decision making to say that Herman's probably had a big part of it about the games and what's been greenlit, what hasn't been, what money goes where, what resources go where. I don't think it's a big leap to say Herman's been a big part of that decision making process. So why cover for him? Now we got people claiming that this isn't a demotion, that it's been reported wrong the whole time. Listen, all as I know, I don't care what the fuck you call it. You guys love to play these word games all the damn time too. I don't give a fuck what you want to call this. The point of fact is, if you go back, read the original release, when Jim Ryan left, quote unquote, escorted with a cookie out the door, whatever you want to say. Again, we had that whole word game about whether or not Jim Ryan was forced out or left on his own or retired. He's gone, and there's a reason why. When Jim left, the word went out, Hiroki Totoki, and then Hiroki Totoki, and then Nishino. Did I say that right, Steele? Is it Nishino? I always forget his name because he's somebody I never heard of. Nishino and Herman split the gym role. Okay? And they both reported to Hiroki evenly. Okay? That's how it was reported. Co-CEOs. That's how it was stated everywhere, even in the original PlayStation. Now, you can mince words and say, well, Herman was already ahead of the PlayStation studios, blah, blah, blah. So it's not. I don't give two shits. The point of fact is these two had equal conversations and equal communications with the dude, Hiroki. After this, it now goes Hiroki, Nishino, and Herman. Did Herman get a title change? No. Fine. Was he demoted in the line of communication? In my eyes, since he now does not have a direct line to Hiroki that he has to go through his former co-CEO, Nishino, is that a change in the power status of that position? Yeah, to me it is. Now, you want to argue till you're blue in the face? I don't care. To me, at one point, he was on equal footing with Nishino. Now he is below Nishino. Nishino got a promotion. Great. Herman didn't get the fucking promotion. They obviously were both up for that promotion. Or maybe that's something Hiroki decided to do after the recent more failures and cancellations and looking at Herman's record and saying, yeah, okay, maybe we need to shorten your leash even a little bit more, Herman. So we're gonna put Nishino in between you and I, and let's really get a chain of command going, because Herman, we really need to look at some of your decisions and make sure that everybody is in agreement. Whatever the case may be, Herman is no longer on equal footing with Nishino. He now can't have a direct line to Hiroki, which is one step more further removed from Sony Corp, because Hiroki is in fact also Sony Corp as well. So this was a long time coming, Steel. Again, PlayStation is fine, but there's been a lot of mismanagement. And that word is not up for debate. We're not going to debate that word at all, the way it's been used in this community, in line with other companies. PlayStation studios have been mismanaged this generation. And there's no doubt about it. It doesn't matter who was in charge at the time. It doesn't matter who made the decisions, honestly. It's a straight up mismanagement. They're doing fine. They're not in their death knell. They're not in their death spiral. They're going to have a PlayStation 6. Okay. They've been selling consoles like crazy. Fantastic. The hardware is off the chart. Look, everybody, the hardware. Look at the console sales. Yeah, you're right. But they are now behind in game development. Is that a death spiral? No, because they can cut their deals like they have been, and they will continue to do so. They will make business moves to fill in the holes. They have plenty in the pipeline that will eventually come around, just like Xbox did all those years that everybody claimed Xbox got no games. PlayStation's in that same boat in some ways because they are behind, but eventually all those studios will catch up, right? They're almost done with their games as a service plan now. They're going to still have to figure out where the next revenue stream is coming from. Welcome to launcher and welcome to PC day and date is my opinion. Now we'll see how that plays out, but they're going to have to figure out because that line of revenue that they expected from the games as a service initiative is still missing. They got Helldivers 2, fantastic. But they are going to have to replace that because Jim's plan was to use that money to fund the single player experiences, the big ones. We all know this. This has been said not by just Jim, but by Hiroki, by everybody else in PlayStation now. That is an agreement. So they're going to have to find another line of revenue. And again, to my opinion, it's going to be PC day and date. And I think they might sprinkle a couple games to the Switch too. I don't think they'll bring games to Xbox. If Helldivers decided to show up one day, would I be blown out of my seat? No. Would I be mildly surprised? Yes, because that would be a shift in tone. But I would understand it, obviously. I just don't think it's going to happen right now, and I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. But I think Switch 2 could get some love from PlayStation down the road with a very select couple of games. I'm not talking, big boy new games. But again, like I said before, Steel, Spider-Man 2018, what value does that have right now? Like, if you could resell that on Switch 2, why wouldn't you? Like, again, will that diminish your PlayStation 6 value at that point? In my eyes, no. I guess some PlayStation fans will argue with me or argue with us on that point, but it's already on PC. So really, what's the point? But put it on Switch 2, sell it. Who cares? But I think that this was a good move. This restructure was necessary. They've got to smooth out what has been a bumpy part of this generation. They're still doing good. They're still doing fine. They don't have the backup, however, Steel. They don't have the backup that they used to when it comes to Sony Corp and having that fallback if something dramatic does happen or changes. They can't rely on an Electronics Corp to cover their asses like they did in PlayStation 3 generation. So they really have to be careful, and they have to make sure that they get this right. And whichever way they're going to go here, Steel, it can't be a toe dip. It has to be full force. Because this next move is going to be a big one, how they decide that they're going to structure going forward and what their business model is going to be going into the PlayStation 6, how they are going to continue the success. Again, I don't think they're worried about hardware sales. I think they will think that they probably can continue to sell anywhere between 90 and 120 million consoles each and every generation. It's kind of established at this point. I don't think that they are fearing that they're going to lose that. Especially now that they're not trying weird shit like the cell processor, right? They're not trying. We're in a standardized kind of form now, right? This is closer and closer to PC, right? So I don't think they're worried about that. I think they're secure there. But games wise, studio wise, they have to line this back up again. They have to find where the revenue is going to be coming in from, to make up. Or if they're not going to do anything, do they go to that smaller game mode like they were talking about? Is Intergalactica one of those first small games out the gate? Is that one of the smaller experiences? Or is this going to be as big as The Last of Us 2 from Naughty Dog? Or is this going to be a smaller scope game that they try to put out? Maybe a more dense game, but a smaller game that starts that initiative. Are we going to see Spider-Man 3 split up into multiple copies? I personally, I think it's a great idea. But again, I understand why most people would say no, but I think it'd be a great idea. I wouldn't mind it if it means that you get if you get multiple games over a couple years that build that out, kind of like the old trilogies that we got with Mass Effect, BioShock, etc. I don't have a problem with it, Steel. I really don't. But are we going to see that instead? Like, instead of them moving day and date to PC, it's going to be a combination. I've said all along that I think ultimately that PlayStation can settle into its own pond that is a combination of both Nintendo and Xbox, that they don't have to choose either extreme because of their popularity. because of the brand recognition, because of their success in the hardware side of things, they potentially could find a balance within those two and still hold some exclusivity, still cut some deals from third-party stuff, sprinkle little games over on Switch 2, get a little bit closer to day and date on PC, keep big games exclusive to PlayStation. Like, I think that they can work that. We'll find out. But again, I think Herman deserved this. I think that Hiroki made the right choice by putting Nishino above him, shortening the leash a little bit on Herman. And I think that, again, if we were a fly on a wall, I think there would have been some interesting conversations where potentially that Herman was told, hey, we're kind of we appreciate everything you've done, Herman. You've done some really good things here. But we're going to start taking a look. We got to be a little bit more careful on our decisions around here. So this is going to be the way it's going to go down from here on out. I think that potentially is a conversation that happened with Herman. And Herman's a chameleon. Herman will adapt to whatever. That's how he survived there for so long. So I don't think Herman even batted an eye. Sure, boss, whatever you need. Let's go. I'll answer to Nishino now. It's not a problem. So, but it's a good restructuring from my point of view, Steel, going into PlayStation 6, because they do need to straighten stuff out going into PlayStation 6 for sure. Next gen.
Yeah, we'll find out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's all that I had on my list this week. And it's time to start winding some things down. We've been going for quite some time here, as we do. I was going to wind it down with this thing in gaming, but I'm going to lie to you. I'm kind of beat.
You did? Okay.
Yeah, I'm dying.
Sorry.
I'm dying. No, it's all good. No, it's all good. It's all good. No. It was a fucking fantastic show. Always a fucking great way to come back. If I can get my camera to act right, there it goes. But yeah, man, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully you enjoyed today's show of episode 175 of Living Split Screen. More hard-hitting topics, interesting conversation involving the chat, leading into some great things of what we've been playing and how we feel about some things, especially earlier on in the show, as we do. You got to start the fire early and then kind of fan the flame as you go through the show before you start winding things down. So, yeah, man. You can find me, Steel Rain, at Teaser 7 everywhere. Also right here every Saturday morning, 9 a.m. Central, 10 a.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. UK time on Living Split Screen. I'm currently going to be playing Final Fantasy 16. Can't make any promises that I'm probably not going to do any live stream or anything of that. Maybe I will, maybe I won't, depending on how the combat picks up. Maybe I get through it just in time for Avowed to release, and we'll be good to go from there. So I'm still trying to debate whether, if I do end up getting to Avowed, chat, let me know if you would like to see me stream Avowed in full third person. I'm not ever going to play in first person, so keep that in mind. But if you would like to see me play Avowed at least up to the point of Monster Hunter release, again, Monster Hunter does release that very next week. I'm debating on whether I get early access for Avowed. Because if I get early access for Avowed, then I probably would be able to beat it.
Almost 2 weeks. You almost got 2 weeks at that point, right?
If I get early access. If I don't, then we'll see. I'm also waiting on an email back from the team as well to see if we're going to be able to do a review for the game. So we'll see if that ends up going through. So there is that option as well. If we do end up getting a review code, of course, I'll let everybody know. But then that will take precedent because I would want to post that for Living Split Screen. Again, I kind of got it in there late. Wasn't really thinking about it. Didn't think I was going to really fit it in with everything that I've been playing. I didn't think I was going to flow through Ninja Gaiden the way that I did. I thought I was going to be playing Eternal Strands as well. Playing Final Fantasy 16 now I'm in that. And so Valve being around the corner. A lot of other games too that are just available and be able to play. I haven't jumped back into Marvel Rivals in quite some time. I've been away from my multiplayer. It always, I gotta get a little bit in. I haven't been in there. So, but anyway, yeah, right back here every Saturday morning. Pong! Tell the beautiful people where they can find you, and fantastic show, man.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody, and real quick shout out to legendary Yobi. Again, my mind's elsewhere, Yobi, but your post about Saints Row, that was going to be another example I brought up during Dragon Age 2, because Saints Row is another perfect example, but I feel you there, brother. You know that. So thanks for that post, man. You reminded me. Anyways, what a great show to be back again. Sorry, folks, I had to jump out there a little bit. Appreciate you so much for patience and understanding real life. Again, it's not the perfect way to do a podcast all the damn time, but Steele and I do our best with everything else going on around us. Wish we could do this full time as our jobs, or I could lock myself away in a private room and not deal with anything because I'm at work. But that's not what it is. So still got to deal with that stuff. But man, it was great to see all the faces come back out again on a Saturday and join us. And love you all, and nothing but respect that you do that. And again, the conversations in there as well, just absolutely amazing conversations.
Dope every time.
And Steel, brother, just, you already know, brother. All love to you. And everything that you got going on, and you to still show up, bring your energy as well, man. Just appreciate it so much, man, that we can still make this work between the two of us, even though we both have a lot of shit going on, man. I love the fact that you do that, and I gotta appreciate you for that, and especially because you have the added extra of doing all the back end stuff that I'm just too dumb to do right now. So I just thank you, brother, for making this go. I know it'd be a lot easier to put the show on hiatus sometimes, no matter how much we love it, but the fact that you make it go, just love you, brother. So and
appreciate
obviously
that,
I'm gonna continue to keep you in my thoughts and extra prayers for you, brother, too, as well. So but again, guys, great Saturday. Thanks for coming back to Living Split Screen. You guys know how to follow me, and I'll follow you back. Pong Soul everywhere on X, formerly known as Twitter. Pong Soul on the Xbox, Pong Soul on Steam, GOG, Epic. Every single place you can find me, I will be there. So just that's a little absolute. I'm not everywhere, obviously, but follow me. I'll follow you back, and then otherwise, still no shop podcast. I think we're going to be having an announcement soon. Just kind of the back end stuff. PTK, I think we're ramping up towards that. He's in Chicago right now. PTK, if you ever listen to this again, brother, enjoy Chicago, brother. You're a short 5-6 hours away from me right now, brother. So if I was in a different spot, I would have driven over there to meet you, brother. But hopefully you have a good time in Chicago. But I think we're going to come back with the shop podcast at some point in the next, I would imagine, few weeks here at least. So keep your eyes and ears open for that. Otherwise, next week, it all starts over again. Always going to shout out the man. I don't care. Double Bear Games channel. Boomstick's the man. He's helped so many people in this community. The dude does it 5 days a week. Just an unbelievable machine over there, man. Retired and gets to do his passion. I love it, man. Someday I'm going to be there with you, Boom. But go check out Tuesdays, Xbox Factor Podcast, All Good Things Green, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 o'clock Central Time. And then my week will start. We had to skip this week. My fault. Again, work, real life. Couldn't get out, but PM and the PM. Every Thursday night, Fun Speculation Network. 7 p.m. Eastern, 6 o'clock Central Time. Pong and Mav in the PM, two-man show again, unless we have a guest. And I think we might actually be having a guest come up here this month, a special guest. So, but keep your eyes and ears open for that. But every Thursday, you can join us there, 3+ hours. We have a great time, me and Mav, catching up and talking all the same stuff. It's so much freaking fun, bro. But we come at it from different angles, too. And then, of course, Friday nights, Xbox Ultimate, back on the Fun Speculation Network. Jasper's back with us with full-time internet from Space Force, so he is good to go. So he's been joining us on a regular basis. Caitlin showed up for a few minutes last night to say hi to everybody, which was freaking amazing. And you never know how many of the other ones, Fuzzy, Mav, and myself, are usually there on Friday nights. So join us for Xbox Ultimate, where we laugh a lot, but we also have a lot of good talks. 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 o'clock Central Time, every Friday, Fun Speculation Network. And then, God willing, be back here with my brother next weekend. We will find out. Living Split Screen. Otherwise, everybody, it's the golden age of gaming. So you guys know the drill. Please, whatever you're playing, don't care what it is, man. Just play what you love what you play. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll talk to you all real soon. Steel, get us out of here, brother.
Ricardo came through with the 10.
Let me end it, Steel. I'm feeling it. I haven't done this in a while. We didn't do it last night on Xbox Ultimate. So attention, ladies and gentlemen. Attention, ladies and gentlemen. I need this announcement right now. This will end the show appropriately. Listen, y'all, it's been a great ride. We were cruising along at a nice, easy Mach 2.0 this entire time, but the Decado decided that we needed to come into the final destination and a little bit more than Mach 2.0. So we're going to get there a little bit quicker because we are now at a Mach 3.0 because the one and only Decado got onto the court with the easy windmill 10 dunk. That's right, he dropped off a 10 bomb, 2 bags of coal, 2 extra cars added to the Splitters hype train on a Saturday morning, and got us up to that Mach 3.0 and is helping us keep this show ad-free in 2025. Hashtag no beans. But your goal never changes here, folks. 69, everybody's favorite number. That's the goal constantly. Thank you, Ducato, for that, brother. Appreciate it so much. Never expected, but always appreciated. Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, greatly appreciate that, Ducato, for you coming through. I seen Yobi put in there. He said that's the goal, LSS. We're going to try to work to get y'all LSS as a day-to-day work. That's the plan. Hey, man, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how things go. I was thinking about randomly getting on here sometimes and spitting some random bars for like, you know, maybe a cool 15, maybe do it for an hour or so, do something like that. I've been seeing Paris doing his thing with that. That's been pretty cool. Just him chopping it up with people, man. And I don't know. So we'll see. Things are always lining up for the future, man. So we'll just, we'll keep things in mind. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, much love to y'all. Y'all be safe, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
Just one question. What if you miss?
I won't.